And you're ready to go as soon as the prayer is over. I'm not going to take any of your time today. I'm going to allow you to, because I found out that you guys have a lot of substance in your past broadcast, so I'm going to allow you this morning to take over the podium completely. Let us pray.
Without whom we cannot function, and unto him we give every honor and every adoration wherever you are. I will ask you, if you are in the spirit, to remain so. If you are outside the spirit, we ask you to come into it. Because what we are preaching from here is a gospel of redemption, as directed by Chukwukika Abiyama himself in heaven. And this very gospel, we must preach it. Therefore, we must pray. We give thanks unto thee, O Elohim, for there is none like thee. There can never be any like thee. You are the beginning and the end. You are the Alpha and the Omega. Our lives are in the palm of your hands. We commit all that we are unto thee. We have come as the ancients did before us, as our ancestors did before we came, to offer praise and adoration unto your holy name and no other. For we do not worship any idol. We do not worship anything born of a human being. We do not worship anything carved out of a tree. We do not bow down before anything molded with the hands of men. It is only thee that we worship. That is why we have come this very evening on this hallowed platform that you yourself created, to offer you unadulterated praise and to hand over to thee all that we can ever become, because Biafra is yours. This very family of IPOB, you molded yourself. You decreed that IPOB must come, and now that we have come, that we may worship thee, O Elohim, please accept our offering of praise and sacrifice unto your holy name, because there is no other like thee. We will continue to adore thee. We will continue to worship thee. And as I said before, and I will reiterate, as we pray unto thee, that Biafra is your possession, we will sacrifice Biafra unto thee, that you may guide us in all that we do. It's only you that sees the hearts of men. If there is anything that we are hiding, if there is anything that we have concealed from our people, oh Elohim, you will judge us very harshly. But if our hands are clean, our hearts very pure, you will bless IPOB, and you will bless me, and you will bless my family, because it's a promise from you. All our hope and our trust is upon thee. May your name be glorified. May you be exalted. May you, O Elohim, be praised. Now and forevermore we pray. Ise.
All right, one more time I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on wherever you're domicile. The Australians are coming in this morning and they're ready. I can see that I think they're online now, ready to go on the program. Let's see if they're there. Are you guys ready?
Yes, we are ready. Yes, we are ready.
Welcome to the program then. Take over the podium, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mazi Iyke. Yeah, please, somebody left his, I'm hearing myself. If you can mute or turn the app. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it's coming from you or somebody. There is a voice coming out. So if you can turn what you're listening from, because I can hear myself.
All they need.
Okay.
They turn out their listening device until to go off.
Yeah. Somebody put your listening device. Can you turn it off? Everybody check your listening. You left the app on. So if you can turn it off. Okay. So yeah. Good evening, Biafrans, friends of Biafra. My name is Mazi Iyke. I reside here in Australia. I have with me here the IPOB family here in Australia. Just few of us this evening. Before I commence, I would like to call upon the name of Chukwukika as we always do on this program. We thank you. We thank you. We give you praise. We cannot thank you enough, most especially for guiding us, for making our 30th of May this year to be successful one. We thank you for our leader. We thank you for every one of us who are fighting to make sure your kingdom is restored on this planet Earth. We ask for your God and we ask for your blessing. We ask for your wisdom. Heavenly Father, eze Chukwu okike abịa ma chetakwana ndị ilo gị ndị na-agba mbọ na-eme ife niile dị iche iche ka na eze ka ọ ghara ịbịa n'elu ụwa. Onye ọsọkwara ya bụrụ ọbụ mmadụ nkịtị ọbụ obodo ọbụ ụmụ nke gị onye ọna ọsọkwara ya bụrụ eze Chukwu okike abịa ma kwuru aja na garị mee ka ife ntụgba ama mee n'ebe ndụ ha nọ ka ndị ekwere ọnụ ka ha welukwe ndị aka ha niile nọ n'ihe na-eme ka ihe anyị na-eme ghara inwe isi anyị na-asị gị eze Chukwu okike abịa ma ka ha na-akpọ ka ha ghara ifo obodo ọna na-eti aka ka eme ekeshọn n'obodo ya bịara eze Chukwu okike abịa a na-asị ka ihe na-eme na zoo double 10 times n'obodo ahụ kpochapụ ha eze Chukwu okike abịa ma ọkụ ọbụla na-ejide ka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu nwa odibo ọ ghara ịpụta anyị na-asị gị gbajisi aka ha ngụwa bụ eze ngụwa bụ onye dịrị ihe ọrụ asị onye nna ya binyere ohi na-eji ọgba gbawa ọnụ ụzọ nwa odibo gị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kwụrụ chinchin maka ọ ga-edinyere ya ngị gbapụtara ya sịkwana ya agbanyekwa ya ndị enyere ya aka anyị dị niile wee pụta anyị nwee ntụkwasị obi na ị ga-enye anyị ana Biafra na Biafra ya abịarịrị anyị wee na-ayọ gị wee nwee ntụkwasị obi na ị ga-emere anyị dịka anyị si wee yọọ n'ụbọchị nke taata wee na-asị ise Friends of Biafra, first of all, I want to thank our family worldwide, Biafrans and friends of Biafra. From bottom of my heart, I want to thank every one of us that participate in this year 30th of May. My special thanks goes to Australian Ipob family, where we did marvelous well here. The whole city Sydney, they did marvelous, and I extend my greetings to those who helped to coordinate that made our 30th of May this year to be one of a kind. It's something that we'll be talking for the next year. We see what next year will bring, but they have done marvelous well. From beginning, our ritual lasted for 2 days. And at the end of the day, when we finished the 30th of May, our ritual went well. By the time we finished it, about to go, heavy wind starts, and then heavy rain followed. After a while, the rain and the wind dried up, which is a big sign that our sacrifice was accepted. And we are grateful that this year was successful. Going forward, I want to talk about what is happening in our land. Because if we all remember, we will always, Radio Biafra led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Ipob led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has been talking, lamenting, screaming over his lungs on this radio, talking to our people, talking to all the prominent people, even the so-called intellectuals and elites in our land, including the clergy. But all his preaching, all his crying, the lonely voice from the wilderness, they pay no attention. Today, that calamity is in our land, and we are paying dearly. Because of our lack of, how can I put it? Because of lack of our stupidity, or because of our stupidity and the lack of I don't care. It's not my family. It doesn't concern me. Like we say in our adage, because it doesn't affect you, it doesn't impact you. So for that reason, you show less concern. We had over this, is it on 30th or 29th? I can't remember. The Methodist bishop was kidnapped, and they has to pay ransom of 100 million naira. And behold, who are the people? The military. Who are the military? The Fulanis, including their repentant Boko Haram. They kidnapped this man, And they took him away. And he has to bring 100 million to free himself. These people are in our land and they are in all the barracks. Their duty is to kidnap our people, take them to Allah Panta. Sometimes they take them out of the east, take them to Middle Belt, and then wait for ransom. If nobody pays the ransom, they kill the person and sell the organs. This is very, very bad. The other day in Anambra, in Oka, Oketiti, poor woman that is frying akara on the side of the road. And the people that went and got married, they are coming back. The same terrorists, state-sponsored terrorists, answering the name of non-government. Open fire. Poor woman. She did nothing. Killed those that returning back from marriage, that went and married, brought a new bride. And the woman that just, poor woman selling akara on the roadside, kill her for nothing's sake. She did nothing. State sponsor in our land, state sponsor terror in our land. All these people cannot operate freely in our land without our own input, without insider helping them. We knew that there are some Fulanis that grown up in our land, and they are the ones that are helping them as well. And we know that there are some criminality among us as well that goes and rob and kill our own kind and kidnap. Because anything that comes into, anything that we learn becomes, we do greater than those who we learn it from. All this atrocity, I guess, if they like, let them keep muting. If they like, let them come out and speak out loud. The clergy people have to speak out. Those intellectuals have to speak out. Those elites has to speak out. Even the politician. Even if you need to pay with your dear life, so pay with it. Because those innocent ones killing on daily basis, they are human beings too. They were born like each one of us. Those in position of power, they do nothing. They allow all this calamity to be happening in our society. All in the name to make sure they stop Ipob, stop the coming of Biafra. For that reason, they have to lay mayhem in the society. Afflict more pain. I don't know what gain they gain it. Killing innocent standby. The other day, I just finished watching a video in Olo. Ebubago killed 3 innocent people and set them alive and burn them. It's a hard work of focus of the man. I don't know what we are turning our land into. Our land, there are so much blood shed. Everyone has to be vigilant. The other day, they are going to village and collecting, asking the vigilantes to hand over their machetes and gun. I will encourage all the vigilantes, do not do that, because when they will come, no one will be safe, and you have nothing to defend your community. They are trying to disarm, and before they launch their armies, and they're already sitting in the barracks. If we do not know, they already comes in all the barracks, waiting for the order to be given, so that we come out and leash their mayhem. We need to know this. We need to understand this. We need to be vigilant. Now is not the time to be sleeping. Now is not the time for every man or women to be going out at night. You need to guide your environment. You need to know who is coming into your community, who is going out. You need to know when the stranger coming to you, come close to you. Now, as I said, now is not the time to be sleeping. If you are sleeping, your life is gone. You have to be awake. You have to be awake at all times. Monitor what is around you. If you are someone that is not paying attention, you have to start from today paying attention around you. What is going on around you? Who is coming around you? What is going out? Who is coming out? I mean, what is coming? What is going out? You need to pay attention. If you do not, perhaps maybe you'll be the next victim. Because it looks like these people take pleasure from killing innocent beings. Stand by. I'm not talking about those who are flashy. I mean, the rich ones, they are kidnapping and paying a massive million. I'm talking about the poor ones on the streets or in the villages. Because we allow such a thing to take place in our society. When we see evil, we do not speak. Rather, we condone, we embrace the evil because of money. But our only savior is we make sure we continue to campaign for the Biafra restoration. That is the only savior we are going to get. That is the only thing that will bring us out of this mess. Because the Fulanis has spent there that they are going to destroy, cause mayhem in our land. They are creating a destitute in Lagos, burning our houses, burning our businesses, so that we become poor and poorer. Everyone has to be vigilant. You just know it. You are at war. It's only a fool that knows that he or she is at war and then go home and start sleeping. And on top of that, most of our people have forgotten our responsibility. The reason why we are fighting for Biafra. We are not fighting for Biafra for zoo election. We are not fighting for Biafra. We are not. IPB is not fighting for Biafra for Igbo presidency or whatsoever. IPB is not campaigning for any political party to come and become the president of the country. That is not what IPB stands for, and that is not what Biafra stands for. I don't know why many of us are carried away. Those that say they are hardcores. What we after is to give us a date for our referendum. They can choose whatever they like. And talking of Igbo presidency, I think they were saying Igbo presidency 2023. Where is it in Nwodo? I remember 2017 when our leader was talking about referendum. He was saying the Igbo presidency, if they don't give us Igbo presidency 2023, heaven will fall. And that heaven is about to fall. We wait and see what they are going to do. Because they say they are the elders. But the elders they know nothing. It's the new generation is teaching them things. What we should learn is from our elders. They are not teaching us anything. We are not learning anything from them. Rather, the young generations are teaching the elders what they should know. If our elders knows what they should do, example, nobody should remind them of 30th of May to remember their colleagues or their father that died. Rather, they abandon them, they forget, they pretend nothing happens. Elders will never allow for their children to be massacring or inviting the zoo military or police to be killing them without them being vocal, talking, stop it. You are not doing the same thing to the people in the north or to the people in the west. Why is it happening in our land? No, because they are not going to say it because of the crumb that is falling out of the federal government table. Talking of that crumb, where does that resource come from? From our own backyard. We are not interested in the zoo presidency if they like, which they're going to do anyway because they already decided who is going to win. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. What matters is we keep on pursuing Biafra restoration. Jonathan was there 6 years. The South is still they are even more poorer. Nothing to show for it. The North itself, the Fulanis that be holding the power for more than 40 years. All you can see is poverty everywhere. So even if you give the presidency to Igbo man, nothing. It will even be worse. The foundation is rotting. Nothing holds us together. We don't share we don't have any common value system. We don't share nothing in common with these people. We have nothing in common. It's like day and night. It's like mixing salt and water. It's like mixing oil and water. They cannot glue together. We have no common value system with these people. We don't speak the same language. We don't eat the same food. We don't share any belief. We don't, nothing from beginning to an end. Their relatives is in Niger. Their relatives is in Mali. Their relatives is in Senegal. Our own relatives is down Amazonia and surroundings. We must make sure, Biafrans and IPOB worldwide, we must intensify our efforts. Even calling the BBC, because BBC, what they did is horrible. Look at all the killings that is going on in the Nigeria. They are not reporting it. They are not, because they are biased. Biased to the highest core. I hope all the whole Biafrans, everyone boycott that BBC. Even the BBC, which is as useless as anything, they should leave our land, for goodness sake. Look at this reverend, look at this bishop they kidnapped. They didn't write anything about it. Look at all the killings they roasted about, but they are not writing anything about it. All they spend their time is to investigate the victims. But the state-sponsored terror, they are not going to look at them. They are not doing any because they are intermarried, because they are doing Abateke highway. That's why it's our duty to make sure we bring all these things to the limelight for the whole world to see. The injustice. They are calling us a separatist. So Scotland, why didn't call Scotland a separatist? Oh, because they are white. They have blue eyes. They have blonde hair. So you give them the rightful name. But we are separatists. We are terrorists. You are just you almost call us terrorists. We haven't killed anyone. We have no gun. The history is there. The zoo has been killing our people. We have been sharing, complaining, writing letters. You can't even, BBC cannot even bring out a time to do a documentary of those of the victims they are killing. What they after is the oil bribe money, the gas money, because they sign a contract. I mean, they don't need to sign a contract. They own the zoo because they are getting their gas, pumping our gas all the way to their harbor and enjoying it. So for that reason, to compensate, to help their friends in crime, the Fulanis, they are writing crap, rubbish against Biafrans. If what you people are doing is good, let another nation do it to you people. That's what I want to say this evening, and I will stop here because I don't want to. I'm getting angry. I don't want to go further on this. I will pave the way for my colleagues to speak. I will give the mic to Mazi Iyke. Thank you, Mazi Iyke. Which are you there? If you're there, you're mute.
Yes, Mazi. Thank you very much for that great word, and thank you for taking the time to be with us. We know you have so much. Uh, Divine say, no, on our free offer. We really appreciate your time and effort amidst our struggle and keeping us working here, especially in Australia. We are seeing the results. Thank you for your contribution tonight. Yeah, Biafrans, we are here once again to talk to you and make you realize that this struggle that we have started is a great cause. And if we fail, like our leader would say, if we fail right now, in the next 50 years, there won't be any creed or people like us. That is why we are taking the bull by the horn and we don't want to make mistakes. That is why we follow instructions to the letter. And that is not stopping anytime soon. Anyway, I will give the microphone to my comrade Chigozie Okekenta to take this up and talk to our people right now. Mazi Iyke, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazi Iyke. Biafrans, good day. Sending you greetings from Australia. We've just concluded our 30th of May, and Australia IPOB was representative. We were not found wanting. It is a ritual, like our continental rep had mentioned. It's a ritual we perform every year. It is something that tells us that we suffered. We suffered together. The enemy did not select while killing us or while perpetrating the evil against us. So it all happened to all of us, every one of us. So we have found it a perfect ritual to be able to remind ourselves of what we went through and what we continue to go through. So this is what countries that are worth their salt around the world do, to remind themselves that there is a fate that they all went through together. So we will continue this way. We are not going to stop in the near future, even in 1,000 years to come. We're not stopping. So we will continue like this. We will continue to remind the world that we were killed, and the world, pretended like nothing happened. So we'll continue like that. It is important. We want to also reinforce that it is something that our people, wherever you are, whether in Biafra land, whether you're in diaspora, it is something that we should pay serious attention about. Remembering those who paid the supreme price to keep our parents alive or to preserve the values that we know today. If those men and women had not gone out to lay their lives, had not gone out to show that that they are willing to pay the most prized thing about life, which is life in itself, we would not be here. So we need to always make sure that it is something that is of a duty to each one of us. Every 30th of May, we must converge. We must come together. It is a must. Whatever you're doing, no matter wherever you are, you must remind yourself that this is a time for you to go and commune, to go and commemorate those who had paid the price for you. If these men didn't do these things, I will not be inspired. So this very ritual that we conduct every year inspire me to always remember that people had to do this thing for me. So in my generation, I have to do the same. I have to be able to show such bravery, no matter no matter what I am faced with. So this is what we are doing. We will continue. We're not going to stop. So we encourage Biafrans to continue to bind together. This is, 30th of May is a binding force for us. It's a rallying point in our lives. It's a ritual that that always remind us of our suffering, that will always remind us of what we suffered all together. So in reminding ourselves of that, we will come together to do something to be able to, come together as a ring of steel and then do something that will make a mark. So we're not going to relent. We're not going to stop. What we are doing, we are continuing. I know those of you in Biafra land, you always look up to us. We're not going to stop. It doesn't matter what we're faced with. I want you to remain resolute. I want you to remain focused. I want you to continue to cast your hopes in the things that we do. Continue to follow the leadership structure, the organization that our leader set up. Because if our leader steps out from the enemies, then he will have to step into the structure that he set before he went out. So before he was taken. So we must continue to keep that structure so that when he comes back, he won't have any reason. We will tell him, listen, you've given us a reason to stay together, and this is the structure that you laid before you were taken. It is we're staying focused. We're staying bound to that very structure or organization that you set up. If there's anything, he will take it from there, basically. So on another note, I want to also remind Biafrans all over the world that the quest of drive for freedom, it is not predicated upon political annihilation, the political annihilation of the Igbo people in Nigeria. That is not the reason why we are pursuing our freedom. It is not predicated upon what people gossip. We're pursuing wealth. We want to carve out a niche or a nation where we're going to be in control of our natural resources. No, our struggle is based on natural law. Always remember that, and always put that up as your defense mechanism. It is based on our natural right, your right to want to live in your own house. That is number one. Always remember that. Your right to want to live in your own house without having a roommate. So that is why we want to stay on our own, fundamentally. So you need to know that. Now, if you want to now start supporting that very strong argument of your inalienable right to be free, you can now go on to convince them that listen, somebody cannot come down here to create us. Somebody cannot ask us where to stay who to live in the same country. We choose. If you leave the zoo and go to any country around the world and decide to live there, it is your choice. Country is supposed to be by choice. Nation is nationality, the language you speak, your national language you speak. So as Biafrans, we have national language. As Igbo Biafrans, we are a nation of Igbo people with a language, just like the English, just like the Ukrainians, just like the Swedish, just like the Russian, just like the French. You understand? So we have the right to exercise this inalienable right to be free, to express our opinions, to be able to associate however way we choose to. So this is why we do what we do. We are not stopping. So if anybody is expecting us to stop that, or is thinking that at some point, somewhere down the line, that we're going to discontinue this struggle, the person is rather mistaken. We are not stopping because we understand the essence of freedom. We understand the essence of self-preservation. Why we need to preserve our values. Because if we become free, today or yesterday, we will be able to preserve our value, we'll be able to preserve our language, we'll be able to preserve our food, we'll be able to invent new food, we'll be able to expand our vocabulary, our Igbo vocabulary, we'll be able to expand our dictionary, we'll be able to be able to utilize our language to teach in schools. You see, because of the audience, because of our diverse audience, we have to continue to speak strange languages in order to pass our information. But when we become free, we will be able to fashion our way of life. We'll be able to fashion our own school system. We'll be able to teach in our language. We'll be able to teach maths and physics. You see how they've tricked all of us into believing that you have to learn in a different language for you to be able to be sensible, or for you to be accepted as a sensible person. Now we will be able to learn mathematics. You see, they gave us religious books in foreign languages, but maths and physics are never in your native language. That's why it's hard. So these are the things we have come to change. We will turn this. It doesn't matter how long it takes. We are not assigning an end date to our struggle. Oh, our struggle is going to come by July 3rd. No, we are taking every necessary steps to be free. It is inconsequential what the date and time is. We are doing all the things that are necessary. Everything is just like when you get admission into school. You don't know when you're going to graduate. Some of you may end up have extra years. Some of you may have, may end up not graduating. But for you, fundamentally, you are in school. There are procedures and processes that you have to go through to be able to graduate. Now you are doing those things knowing that at some point, maybe 5 years, which is the timeline for your course, that you're going to graduate. Now, but you're not casting your mind on that 5 years. You are taking necessary steps to be able to get to that 5 years. That's exactly what we are doing. We know that we're going to be free. It is certain, because we are not going to give up. That is what the enemy does not understand. We are not going to give up. So we are going to be free. But what matters is, are we taking the necessary steps? That's exactly what we're doing. It starts from converging. It starts from congregating as family around the world, finding yourself together as a group, as IPOB family unit. This is how we can be able to make impact. This is how we can be able to be representative when they say, hey, we want to be able to establish your number. How many are you people? We want to be able to see your strength, your numerical strength. So it is by gathering together. It is by converging wherever you are, in whatever country you found yourself. It is by coming together and falling under leadership. If there is nothing you have learned in your travel, you learn how to fall in line, how to respect authority. In the countries where we live around the world, taking Australia as an example, you see wherever you go, where you see how people listen to leadership, you see how people follow orders, you see how people listen. There is no argument. There is no once ideas are thought out and to be implemented, you see people come together and then begin to present themselves to be able to get those ideas implemented. This is how progressives do. This is exactly what we are bringing. These are the things that we have learned. We have not learned pomposity. We have not learned all these rubbish behaviors that black people take home. They take to their countries where when they go home they start behaving like animals. We have not learned. As IPOB, we continue to enlighten our people. We continue to tell our people that we must stand as a difference. We must show difference. We must be able to stand out, so that when people see us, they will understand that these people are prepared. These people they've got what it takes to be an independent nation, to be able to run a modern, viable society. That is exactly what we encourage. So, as I mentioned before, we need to continue to bind together. If you're listening and you're not a member of IPOB, this is an opportunity for you to go and join your family. We cannot continue to complain that foreign countries where we live are treating us in some way. Meanwhile, when we look at you, when we examine you, you don't even participate in whatever your people are doing. Where you come from is suffering. You're not supporting. You're not participating in the quest to free your land. Right, but you're expecting another person to treat you with respect. Respect is earned. Somebody has to see you that you have respect. Somebody has to see you treating your own with respect. The reason why we are fighting for Biafra is because we understand that our people are suffering. We cannot live here where we have all the trappings of life, where we have all the conditions, all the good conditions of life, and then abandon our people who are going through very difficult times. So now, now you can understand some of the forces that drive what we do. We want to show other races that we are human beings by fighting for our freedom. Now, we are not asking, now when they see us looking for what belongs to us, they show us respect. Now, but when we are not doing these things, we lack respect. We are not being respected because they understand that this one doesn't even understand that he needs to be free. So he feels that coming here, he feels that traveling outside or living in diaspora, is enough for him. So he's willing to swallow all manner of rubbish in order to to escape where they come from. You understand? So for us, it is not we are far more dignified. That is why we do what we do, and that is why those of us in this struggle have far more respect than any other person from that continent. Because when people from other parts, from within the same continent, from other parts of from other countries within the continent, when they see us, they believe, they understand that these people are what they saw. These people recognize what they're chasing. They recognize what they are pursuing, and they understand the value of what they're pursuing. That is why they do what they do. So now you're beginning to understand the driving force of what we do. Because we have an in-depth understanding of where we're going. We have a perfect sight of our destination, and that is why we're progressing. That is why we will continue to enlighten, because enlightenment, the message we preach today, is important. You need to listen to it. It is something that is important that we hear. If we hear these things, it keeps our spirit alive, it drives us, it keeps us alert and then focused on the goal, which is our freedom. So we will continue. We're not going to stop. We must understand that it is a duty and a responsibility to seek for your freedom. It is a duty. It is a commitment. You make it as a commitment. I must be part of what is going on. I must be part of those who are making these things possible. Not just joining the family, but becoming participative, becoming useful. Right now, some of us are in our different endeavors, in our different fields of endeavors. We are specialists, but we are useless. I'm taking myself as an example. I am way too useless to my people. I have so much to give to my society, but right now I cannot do these things. That is why the only way I can channel that very energy is in this very struggle. I'll put my time, my resources, and my everything that I have to make sure that this struggle continues. Because if I am not in this struggle, if I were to leave, if I were to be in Biafra land, I will be at the front line. I will basically be in the field, in the fire, in the crop, in the field, basically. I will, because that is what it is. It's either you're here or there. You understand? So we will not stop. For those of you who may have a very weak mind about this struggle, or you're not very confident about where things are going, I am here today to reinforce your confidence in the leadership of this struggle and in the things that we do. To also remind you that we are not stopping. It is impossible to stop. We are not going to go back to go forward. We are marching forward. It does not matter the amount of life that is committed to these things. It does not matter what needs to be paid. The best thing that will happen to my life is that I am dead. That That is the best news of my life. Because if I am dead, just Iyke. So as long as I go to bed and wake up the next morning, I will continue to pursue Biafra. Unless I go to bed, I don't wake up. So if I wake up, now you're hearing my voice. I am awake. Any day you don't hear, I'm gone. But as long as I am alive, Biafra has to be driven. We will continue. It's impossible to stop. So don't relent. Don't be a coward. Don't fall victim in the hands of these monsters that run the zoo. Whether the police, the army, don't fall victims. Be brave. Always learn to fight back. Always learn to be back yourself up with things. Prepare yourself. If you're going anywhere, be prepared. Anytime I come to Biafra land, I am prepared. Wherever I am prepared. You need to be prepared. You know what to do. I don't have to be telling you what to do online. Some of us are not, it's hard to say. Some of us are not Christians. Our struggle is the religion that we worship. Some of us are not religious. You understand? So you need to develop the same heart as the enemy that is preventing you to be free in order to defeat them. You need to understand it. Some of you are too kind-hearted. You can only show kindness to those who look like you. God can only accept your kindness if it is given to those who look like you. This is the secret of life you don't understand. Some of you don't understand. But we're here to tell you today. God will punish you when what you're supposed to do for those who do. I'm not talking about saboteur. God condemns saboteur. Saboteurs are liable to pay the price of sabotage. In every country, espionage, to be able to provide information to the enemy against the country, your nation, or against the country where you live, is a grand offense. It is very, very, it is a global offense. You understand? So anywhere around the world, sabotage, sabo, so it is one of the worst sin in the world of today. So you need to know that. So we are encouraging you. We are encouraging you to continue to push. Remember, be prepared, as I mentioned before. Be prepared whenever you're stepping out wherever you're going in Biafra land. Be prepared. These people, you need to have the same heart as them in order to defeat them. Your enemy has a very cold heart against you, and you're showing kindness. It is impossible to do. It is impossible. I don't know how I can put this in, for you to understand. It is an offense for you to be showing kindness to somebody who has come to take your life. It is an offense. You must know, you must develop the same heart as them. You must. It's a must. So you don't have any choice. We can't afford to lose you. So it means that if we can't afford to lose you, you know what to do. You need to put up a fight. You need to look at what's happening in Ukraine. Are Ukrainians capitulating? No. There is an overwhelm. The force from the opposition is overwhelming. But are they going to give up? How many men have they committed? Are they stopping? The answer is no. Ukraine is a very fine example we can learn from. They are not giving up. Look at what the West is supporting them. The West is providing them with all weapons, telling them to continue to fight. But when they come to you, they tell you, "Oh, peace, peace." You know what to do. Don't allow. We don't need to tell you. You need to understand the courage and the heart that we're coming with. There is no way you can defeat your enemy if you're kind to your enemy. There is no way. It is impossible. You must develop the same heart, and for you to develop that heart, religion cannot be in the midst of what you're doing. It cannot. You need to dispel every spirit of religion that confuses you, that ignites fear. Religion ignites fear, especially the type that we embraced. It teaches you fear. It brings fear. Fear. But you cannot allow your enemy. The only time the death is not allowed is when the enemy wants to take it from you. But when you go to bed, when you go to bed, or when you get old, that's fine. But no one, a defined enemy, is about to take you. No, because self-preservation is a natural right. We have to preserve ourselves. So it means that in order to preserve ourselves, there has to be something. We need to put up a defense. Not just a defense, you know what to do. No more. We are no more. It is not about defense, waiting for them to come. No, you know what to do, including when you're walking and then you find them in a checkpoint. It doesn't matter where you find them. You find them in a checkpoint, find them where they're gathering, find them in uniforms, you know what to do. You understand? You know what to do. It's a revolution. It's a revolution. We are trying to stop the enemy who is preventing us from exercising our natural right to be alive. Our natural right to preserve our values. So we cannot wait. We cannot wait. We will continue to stir the waters in whatever little way. It doesn't matter. You come to a party. You went to a wedding party. You see somebody in uniform. You know what to do. You just leave that wedding is ended. You leave the wedding. You go on. You know what to do. You go anywhere. You know what to do. This is called revolution. We are trying to stop them. They are advancing into our land. They are basically utilizing everything within their reach, including the Boko Haram, including the Boko Haram, the repentant Boko Haram who has been integrated into the armed forces. They are using every means necessary to take us over. So we cannot watch these things happen. So we are telling you know what to do. When I say you know what to do you want me to begin to call them out, to itemize them? So you know what to do. First of all, your heart has to dispel fear. Your heart, you need to dispel fear from your heart. First of all, and for you to do that, religion has to step aside. The only time you are allowed to show compassion is those who look like you. Those who look like you, who are in the struggle to free their land, because it's a genuine cause. A cause to be free is a genuine cause. It is natural, it is global. So you know what to do. Anytime I say you know what to do, it is enough for you to understand what to do. The enemy that is coming understands what to do. It is only you that don't. And we are here to remind you. As I said, anytime I am in Biafra land, we are prepared. Prepared. It doesn't matter. Prepared. It is impossible. No enemy can take your life, has the right to take your life. That is why you need to be prepared. And being prepared is to put the front foot first. It is you putting the front, not waiting for them to come. So in at this point, I need to draw the conclusion now. So Biafrans, you've understood my point. You've understood where we're coming from. We will continue. We're not stopping. We will remind you whenever we come on this platform. We will remind you that we're not stopping. Not today, not tomorrow, not in the near future, not in 1,000 years, because we have been born. There were men and women that came way before us. They paid the price. Now we are here today. We will continue to do all that is necessary to be free, whatever it takes. We are not going to stop. So at this point, I would leave the platform I'll hand it back to Mazi Iyke, and so that some other members of IPOB Australia can talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mazi Iyke Kenta. Thank you for that very worded speech to all people. You've said a lot, and if you want to listen to IPOB broadcast, you have to come with your pen and paper, just like our leader would always say, because there are too much information and knowledge going out there that would make you reposition yourself. Because what we are doing is a journey. It's a journey. And like he said, we've started this journey and we are moving ahead, moving forward in it. We are not stepping back. We are not putting our leg off the gas. No, we are moving forward. And why are we moving forward? Because we have a structure, and the structure has the blueprint. The blueprint is the direction of this struggle. That is why people don't understand what IPOB is. That is why they get baffled every time. But we keep scoring, we keep making milestones, we keep breaking grounds, because this is coordinated movement. It is coordinated. It's not aggregate. There are two kinds of crowd. You have a crowd of a group of people, and you have a crowd of aggregates. The group is a well organized number of people who know their vision, they know their mission, they know their leadership structure, they have their communication channels, and they know their destination. That is a group. An aggregate is just a group of people, a mob, no leader, no direction, free for all. That is an aggregate. If two of these people go out to do something, once there is a counterattack on the aggregate, to your tent, O Israel, that is what happens. But the group knows who to protect, who to follow his instruction, and what to do, because all of this been laid down. It's an expo. IPOB is a group, a well-organized group, legal group, legitimate group. Back in the days, we used to call it boys, oh yeah. You know, you go in the street and you say, boys, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, and you see people running around and doing all sorts of things. But in IPOB, that is why we are moving forward. And they don't understand it. They think we are just a bunch of people that gather to make noise. No. So we are moving with this blueprint, and this blueprint is taking us to a destination, and that destination is Biafra. And this vehicle that is carrying us will never run out of petrol. It will never run out of steam. It will keep going, because it is managed by human resources. That is why people, they cannot understand the concept of IPOB. Because the management of resourceful human beings that have come to the understanding and the knowledge that they are deprived of their humanity and they want that right back cannot be stopped. That happened. Even God came down and he looked, the Bible says, he looked down at the people and he said, there is nothing that can stop these people. I will go down myself and stop them. Why? Because they were challenging God. In our case, we are not challenging God. We are trying to take back our God-given inheritance. That thing that has been given to us by God. The Bible records that he came down and he changed their language and they stopped speaking in one voice. That is why in IPOB we have that principle of one command, under one command. And there is nothing that can stop this momentum. If you stand before IPOB, we crush you. Go and ask BBC. They already know. They are already scared. They are already fearful. Our leader would say, this is not the 1960s. This is not the 1967s to 70s. That you heaped bunch of lies and propaganda against our people and slaughtered 3 million plus people out of starvation, hunger. Today, we are all over the world, and we are the voice speaking from all corners of the earth. And if you don't want to appreciate this cause for freedom, then you are lost. Because all of the people of the world, on 30th of May, we celebrated. And believe you me, people of high repute are sending out tweets that if you decrypt their writings, you know what they are saying. Because they know. We are in all platforms on the world. In the world, we are everywhere, and we are breaking boundaries. That is why we know that Biafra is our religion. Biafra is also our home, and we are going home, not as slaves, but as freeborn. And nothing can stop that. Nothing can stop that. It is time for our people to wake up. It is time for our people to realize that they've slept for too long. It is time to wake up, for the day is far, far gone. If you give birth to a child when they are little, you hide something from them by just putting it at your back, and they cannot find it. We used to call it puppy when we were kids. You just put it at your back, and the child will not find it. But when they grow up and you try that same trick on them and they do not see it, you don't get happy. You get angry at that child because they've grown to see and to know and to understand that it is a trick. And what is our people doing? The intellectuals, the people, the so-called elites. The same trick that happened 8 years ago, 4 years ago, 16 years ago, is still playing out today in this modern world. And you're still falling for that trick. That is why we cry for the creed of people that are in position in Biafra land. Sometimes we are so ashamed to listen to them. No person living in the diaspora can play a video of a politician addressing anyone to any person living in the Western world. Because the first question would be, what are they talking about? Because it's very comical what they say. Their reasoning is below average. They do not understand the workings of human dynamics, nothing of politics. The only politics they know is rig election, steal, and destroy lives. That is the only thing they understand. And we bear the shame. The Bible says, "No loyal, boy veleneme, no money." And this is why we are treated like pariahs wherever we are. Because they're listening to your news. They listen to your political office holders, talk to them, and they talk balderdash. Words with no reason. And then you come out the fools around. Some Western words will still come out to say, yes, they are Nigerians. And how do you think they will look at you? They would say, oh, a stupid fella. That's all they see. But anytime you mention, I'm a member of IPOB, who is your leader? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They look at you twice because they know you are human. You are not an animal. Because they know you've been to the University of Radio Biafra. They know you understand the dynamics, the workings of human relationship, the behavioral pattern that a human should follow. They understand it and they relate to you differently. That is why we are telling our people, wake up. If you're still living in this mirage, you are wasting your time. You are so wasting your time. So the concept of freedom, like they say, can only be achieved by the dint of hard work, commitment, consistency, and sacrifice. And that is the example that our leader has set for us. He's been consistent in his ideological conception. He doesn't waver. He doesn't say, oh, because this doesn't happen, I am supporting Nigeria today. And if this doesn't happen, I will support Biafra tomorrow. And if this doesn't happen, it's going to be like the other day. People cannot consistently follow an ideology. But our leader has shown us the way to follow. The good book says, let your A be A and let your nay be nay. And we have come to restore this nation. We have come to bring back hope to the lost. We have come to make life easy for the masses. Not the vague promises of the politicians. Like they say every 4 years to you. But we are going back to take our birthright. In the US, they called it white conversion. The stealing of aboriginal lands and the ceding of indigenous lands to the white population. They used economic means to achieve that. and a little bit of brutal killing. And the same thing is happening today in your clime, in your indigenous land, and you cannot see it. People are coming from faraway countries and entering to your homeland, doing all sorts of evil, and the government is saying nothing about it because your life doesn't count. They are not doing it because they hate you. They are doing it because they don't want you there. They want you out of that land so that they can take it. A couple of days ago, rumors of gas being found in Enugu, in a community in Enugu, the fire is burning and all of that. Those people, they've done the research, they hold the archives, the keys, they know all the resources that is beneath your house, and you think they're gonna just let you go like that. They have the plan to obliterate your race. Christianity cannot stop this. We have seen it happen today, yesterday, and it's gonna happen tomorrow. If you pray to God all you can, they're still gonna cut your neck. And you know what? It is there in the Bible that if they cut your neck, you will get the crown of life. Where? In heaven. So, there is nothing. God is not going to come down to stop that. You, as humans, you are going to stop it by doing what you are supposed to do. The Christian Bible or whoever that wrote it there has already told you. If you are killed, if they come around as Muslim or whatever they are and they cut off your neck, you go and die, and then you get the crown of life. The crown of life. Yes, I'm not disputing that, but I don't want the crown of life. I don't want to be hacked. I don't want my family to be hacked. I don't want my community members to be hacked. We've seen it happen several times. We've seen it in Uli. We've seen it in Ozowane. We've seen it in Nebo. We've seen it in so many communities in Igbo land, not to talk of everyday happening in the people that are called the middle belts. It happens every day. The whole community wiped out. They are all getting their crown of life. We don't want crown of life. We want our possession. And our possession is the land of Biafra, where our forefathers traded free men. They traded as free men. They lived as free men. They enjoyed the rising sun as free men. That is where we want, and we are not changing. We are not backing down. Nothing is gonna stop it. Yes, a prelate came out 2 days ago to tell you he paid 100 million. And Khan is coming out to say, yes, we organized the money to pay that. But they will put crusade tomorrow. And when IPOB says, please don't do this crusade because it's not safe for our people, it will be an avenue for kidnappings and all of that, they would say, oh yes, IPOB is challenging people. But we know the plans of the enemy. We understand how they work. and we are trying to stop it. Yes, if that crusade had happened, maybe another 10 people would have been kidnapped. The people that were kidnapped in Kaduna bombing, they are nowhere today. The government is not talking about releasing them. And if they talk about it, it's to still send money to the coffers of the people that they've sent out to destroy your life. So it's like bankrolling their employees. You can only hear the truth in IPOB. Because in IPOB, like our leader would say, we speak the truth. Our leader would say, we speak the truth here on IPOB. And nothing can stop that. This is the path we've chosen. We didn't choose this path because we felt like doing something different, or we felt the nudge of youthful exuberance. No. It is because we've seen what is happening and what will happen tomorrow. Like our leader said, he studied this movement for over a decade before he started doing it. There is no study you spend 10 years to do. That is why his policies are the best. It's magical because he took the time to understand our problem and also our future. And if we don't rise up today, it is shameful that we'll be slaves, that we will be enslaved by another black race. It is shameful. Our forefathers were deceived because they were pious. They believed in God. And they've not seen the white man. He brought something different to them and deceived them and hoodwinked them into believing, oh, I think these people are good. Let's give them a chance. But our generation, what would you tell your posterity? That a foul-smelling, uncircumcised Fulani enslaved you. Chukwokikabiama forbid. We cannot tell that story to our children. I want to say this. When the two kids were born to our parents, he said, after you have suffered, I will make him your master. But after you have suffered and fought, I will break off his yoke from your neck. And that is what we are trying to do. That structure, that political yoke that they've put around the neck of our elders, of our political elders, that make them blind, that make them unwise, to lack understanding of what is happening, that is what we are breaking. And Chukwokika Biama is with us. And victory is ours. because we cannot succumb. The more pressure they bring, the more we go higher, because what we are doing is spiritual. The nature and the natural forces of Biafra is involved in this. And Chukwu Kikabema cannot fail us. I'll give room to my comrade, Mazi Iyke, to jump in and talk to our people. Mazi, please take the mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mazi Iyke, for giving me this opportunity to speak to Biafrans all over the world, those who have tuned into our program tonight. And I would like to thank Mazi Iyke for allowing us into this program as usual. And as well, I would like to thank my colleagues tonight. I've been drifting in and out of this program due to other commitments I have tonight, but I sort of picked the points we've been making. You know, our people, sometimes you wonder, do we really reason? Because we are given intellect. We're called human beings because we have intellect and we have the ability to make decisions, something that animals, most of the animals, do not have. And no animal has it to the level or the degree of human beings. But when you look at the development in Africa, you begin to wonder, do we really make use of our reason, our intellect? These are the things people, Caucasians, the white people, they look at us. They kind of say, oh, well, our forefathers were right. These people deserved to be colonized. Oh, well, we are right. They're not equal to us. We're not equal because we have a super intellect than they are. This is how white people think. Those who promote, obviously those who promote white supremacy, it's based off the idea that black Africans do not reason. And if they do not reason on equal capacity as their white counterparts, as the white people. Day by day, we are confirming, we are validating these assumptions and assertions and the claims of white people. We are validating the assertions every day by the way we think, by the choices we make, by the way we engage in reality. It doesn't stop amaze me how we are so easy to be swift away or drift to the wrong direction. Just lose balance and lose focus. I've monitored some people championing Peter, the election and all that. Do you really understand what IPOB is fighting for? You want to be chatting for election now, but tomorrow you come back to us and say, oh, they rigged the election. Now we want Biafra. Look, don't bring confusion into this. We are engaging in our struggle to be free. It has nothing to do with the politics, with the nature, the future of Nigeria tomorrow. Its political future has nothing to do with indigenous people who have the fundamental right to be free. Look at the primary elections that have just happened so far. Look at the primary election of the PDP. Look at those you were expecting to stand behind you. They said, oh, IPOB, just Igbo presidency will be enough to change the situation, and let's go for Igbo presidency. How many of them stood behind P2B? How many? None of them. None. So P2B came and was his name of Iguacha was also standing up there. They have to share the votes from the electorates, the party electorates from the south and southeast. When you put all the electorates or delegates, whatever they call themselves, the party electorates or delegates coming from both southeast and south, when you put them all together, they're not even up to half of the delegates from the north. Now tell me, what chance do you have to even win primary? Do people really reason? You don't stand a chance. There is a fundamental systemic problem, structural problem with Nigeria, and you're trying to win an election over somebody who has got a number. You say it's democracy, okay, yeah, it's a game of number, yes, but you haven't even got a number. What makes you believe you're going to win that election? At the end, what happened? Iyke stood firm. He wants to be president from the south. P2B kind of gave it up because they ganged up against him. But at the end, in the lead-up, the northern politicians kept fighting, presenting themselves as individual campaigners, as individual candidates, sticking to their opinion, sticking to their vision to be elected. But on the day, right at the moment, Tambuwal gave away for what is his name, for Atiku. So he gave his vote to Atiku instantly. Something that Iyke didn't see coming. He couldn't even have imagined that, because when it comes to the politics in the zoo, no other region apart from the north, the Fulanis, they are masters when it comes to Nigerian dirty politics. They play that politics very well. It's a politics of brotherhood. It is a brotherhood that is based on religion, and it's based off, if you like, tribalism, ethnicity. That is basically tribalism. You are Fulani, you are my brother Fulani, you are my brother Muslim. Therefore, I give it to you. It doesn't matter if I have a political friend, if Iyke is a friend of Tambuwal, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if people is highly qualified and has incredible track record. It still doesn't matter. When it comes to politics, it is the game of brotherhood. I will give you because you are my brother in religion. That is it. That's how Atiku has emerged as a leading party. And then what happened now? P2B is gone to a lower party. What makes you think he's going to win? In Nigeria, good name alone, credibility does not win an election. Because the electoral process is not based on a credibility. There's no integrity in the electoral process. So why do you hope? How can you trust the process that lacks credibility? I do not know. Why are you jumping up and down? Last 4 years it was articulate. This year it's obedient. Are you crazy? Biafrans, and I'm speaking to those back in Biafra land. Why do you want to remain in a perpetual effort? Even if an person is elected a president, the situation will even become worse, because he will be controlled by the Fulanis. He will not be allowed to do anything. We are not free in that country. So what we should be fighting for and be consistent in that is Biafra. When we get Biafra, we can talk about politics. We can do politics in a different way. Africa can, other people, other races can start seeing that Africans really can think. Indeed, good things can come from Africa. Indeed, there is thought process there is innovation, there is creative mind in Africa. That cannot happen. That cannot take off without Biafra. We don't have it. Because all our institutions in Africa, all our institutions and their policies, they are products of colonialism. Whether it's settler colonialism, as in the case of South Africa, or it's exploitative colonialism, as in the case of Nigeria and other countries. These are based off Euro-centric colonial exploitation. And we are those we elect today, what do they? They try to maintain the colonial legacies. We're electing people to continue to maintain colonial legacies. And these legacies, whether they are structural legacies, as in the case of institutions like police, military, the system of governance, and all that, these are aliens to Africa. That's not how Africa runs its governance. That's not how we operate. And we are maintaining systems that are alien to us, whether it's a religious system, a political system, economic system. These are completely foreign to us. Not only they are foreign, but we cannot survive maintaining these legacies because they are not compatible with our indigenousness. We are indigenous people. We have our way of reason. We have our value systems that are often come in conflict with all these ideologies that have come through the West, through colonialism. We are talking about total self-determination, emancipation of our people, Biafrans from Nigeria, put together by colonial British, right, the colonial British colonial representatives for their own benefit. People don't know this, or people don't think about this. Nigeria was put together to serve the Britain, to become the equal, to secure. Let me put it this way: Nigeria was put together to guarantee economic security. British people. That's why there is oil going to Britain, non-stop oil. It goes to Britain. It comes to Australia too. Britain shares with their own allies. You know, they share the oil that is being taken from your father's compound. And what you do, every year you vote people, every time you go campaigning to elect somebody to continue to serve the British people. You know, there is something that every colonized person needs to work intentionally overcome or heal from that. It is called the, I give you an example. You watch P2B. I saw the picture, people were sharing picture, P2B, took picture with, was on the British Parliament or members of the Parliament. He had a meeting with them and he took picture. For people, it means he has been anointed. For people, it's a big deal. It's a big thing. It's a big deal. It's a big thing. But it is a syndrome that every colonized nation people have. Every colonized people have a syndrome. A syndrome is the sickness to be validated. We're looking for validation. Validation. You know, if I travel to a new country, white place, Western country, I make sure I take a photo with a white person so that my family will see it that I have arrived. I've snapped a picture with a white person. Because deep in my psychology, my subconsciousness, I'm seeking to be validated. It's a recognition syndrome. It's as if we get our originality, like our affirmation, our validation that we are human beings It comes from the white. It's in our psyche. And it comes because when we worship a God that is white, we read books that were authored by white people. We bear names that were given to us by white people. We go to schools that are structured by white people. Our political and economic institutions, they are all structured by through colonialism. They emerge through colonialism. And so we see the white people as superior. Deep in our subconsciousness, there is that sense that the world is superior to me. And that plays out in the way we relate with white people. And that is why, that is what perpetuating racism and obviously white supremacy. That's why people are celebrating when they see Peter. So it's snapping picture with Britain. What do you think Britain wants? Do you think British people really, do you think Britain really wants Nigeria to war? They don't. They like the chaos in Nigeria, in all their colonized people. Look at what is messed up. Look at all colonized countries around the world, indigenous people. There is chaos. The only colonized areas or countries that are thriving are where you've got a situation of residential colonization. So settler colonization. The colonizers came and they built the place and they are living there. That is why exploitative colonization is the worst form of colonization, because it's unending. It doesn't end. It's going forever. The British government is manipulating the politics of Nigeria. They do not want P2B to be there. If P2B was a British man, he would be elected to govern the Britain. They know he has it. But they wouldn't want that situation in Nigeria because they want somebody they can control. They want the Nigeria to remain in that darkness, in the mess, so that oil will be flowing forever. And I ask you, why do you want to perpetuate your own misery and your own suffering by voting, by campaigning for anybody at all? Nobody cares for you. Why are you voting anybody at all? So I'll just wrap it up there because I think our people do not listen. And if they listen, they don't think, they don't process information. Because there's nothing I'm saying that is new. Our leader, Mazi Iyke, have been saying this since 2010, 2011 till today. The brokers are there. We've been saying all this year after year. But people are still thinking that somehow that somebody will make a miracle about Nigeria. What miracle? It doesn't matter who is in that sorrow. The problem is not even whether Northerner is leading or Southern is leading. The problem is that Nigeria, the structure called Nigeria, was colonially designed to be self-destructive. It was designed so that it would destroy itself. The same way some drugs are designed after certain years, 2-3 years, it will expire. It becomes poison in itself. Nigeria was a colonial structure. All colonial structures have expiring dates. They were built for the interest, to serve the interest of the colonial masters, not the interest of the people. And so if you continue to maintain the structures, you are perpetuating your own slavery, your own suffering. You will never get better as a people. So British people do not want a better Nigeria. Those who are voting into power do not want a better Nigeria, because if they do, they will be voting competent people. They will not use money to buy your votes. And you're going to purchase PVC as if that counts. You've been voting. How old are you today? You probably voted last 4 years. You probably voted 8 years ago. You've probably been voting all your life. Nothing has changed. My question is, why do you continue voting? Why not support IPOB in our campaign to be free, like every other indigenous nation around the world has done? We need a new beginning for our people. We need a new hope for our people. We need a quality life, quality education, quality health system for our people. We need it to regain the dignity of our people. We need our people to live and enjoy this world and register their name on the book of history, not just as a passerby. We have to make impact in our lives and in the lives of the people around the world. That is what IPOB is fighting for. That is what Biafra is capable of doing. But that is why we have greatest enemy fighting against us. But the worst enemy is the enemy from within. Those of you who can't stand one place, confusing every other person, remain one place, do away with Nigeria. Nigeria, do everything. Walk away from that mentality that somebody will come and save you. Nobody cares about your salvation. You must stand up and save yourself. Team up with IPOB. Become a member of IPOB family. Let us get our freedom. Walk away from the political manipulation of these political leaders. They do not have your interest. That's where I'm going to leave it tonight. I thank you if you've participated so far, and for those of you who really participated in our 30th of May Biafra Genocide Memorial. It's a genocide memorial. It's not Biafra war, because no part of Nigeria was in war other than in Biafra. Okay? So it was a genocide. The reason the world has not recognized it as genocide was, if they do, British people will have a problem, because Britain championed the so-called war, but it's a genocide. Therefore, they don't want to implicate the Britain. But you don't let, that's what I'm saying, do not, when you remain neutral or remain silent, you let the world tell your own story. What IPOB has come to do is to tell our story by ourselves. When you stop talking about your own situation, other people will describe their situation in a way it will favor them, not in a way it will favor you or bring you liberation. That's one thing our people do not understand. Thank you for all of you that participated in 30th of May Biafra Genocide Memorial all over the world. It's a great statement we've made all around the world. And I hope it will bear fruit as we continue in our struggle to be free as a people. Thank you much for the opportunity. I'll hand off from here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so very, very much. This has been very, very touchy, and unfortunately for my listeners, we will not have time to take calls because our time is almost up. However, if you have paid attention from the beginning, I think you've not lost anything as long as you've assimilated what they said, because they all spoke very, very well, extremely well. They had to do with what we are talking about. The same thing that our leader has been saying over the years. So many years have been saying the same thing over and over and over. But you know something? Well, Wangwara, if the Wangwara is deaf, then Aga Karaka area. That's exactly what we're talking to our people about. If you are deaf, then you are going to remain in the hell that you are. But some of us have refused that hell, and we are going to walk away from it, whether they like it or they don't like it. You better join the boat. If you don't want to join, that's your problem. So before I go, I still have to remind you something very, very important. That our quest for freedom is not it should not be regarded as being greedy, or that we want to grab everything to ourselves. No. Freedom is freedom. And all those people clamoring to become the president of the zoo, good luck to all of you. Very, very good luck to you. But you know something? This group called the indigenous people of Biafra, we have nothing, absolutely nothing to do with any election happening in the zoo. Whether you're from Igbo land, you're from a Biafran, you're from anywhere in Biafra land, you're running for election, you are on your own. We have nothing to do with it. Even if they decide to give that presidency to somebody from Biafra land, it's not going to change anything. We are looking for our freedom. We're going to get it regardless of what you people think. You can go and quest for election and collect money and help your family as usual. But some of us are old enough to know that what you have been saying, we've been hearing it since we were kids. And nothing has changed. Nothing. That zoo called, at least some of us who are very, very old, sometimes I ask myself, what have they really done for me? What has, they said, think not what your country will do for you, what you will do for your country. Yes, it's true. But it's not in a situation where a country cannot give you drinking water. You don't have no electricity. You don't have nothing. Everything you do, you struggle from the beginning to the end. Then you start thinking about which country. There is no country. If there is a country, there are basic things they will give you. Nobody's asking them to pamper you like a baby. No. They give you a few infrastructures, few little things. For them, oh, we're building roads. Who cares about your road? If there's no light, if there's no drinking water, if there's no good medical, for people who are sick, who cares about what you do? We've been hearing this story over and over and over and over. It's only a fool that we keep on hearing the same thing. The same thing is being done. Nothing has changed. And you think tomorrow is going to be better than today. Forget it. Forget it. Just simply forget it. Because there are people out there who have decided, who have said in their heart that we're going to die slave, and you're going to die a slave. You know, I used to watch some churches when they say they are doing deliverance, and I'm hearing somebody saying, I want to kill him. I want to kill him. He's the one talking. But that shows you that there is something else, and that something else is something that is stopping most of you from thinking. The person that is really thinking is not you. There is something in you. They call it in the Bible, say legion. They are there. They are taking control of you. That I, that you, that thing that you call your name Peter. There's something behind it that is not Peter, but is pretending to be Peter. So when that thing talks, you think it's Peter that is talking. It's only when that thing is removed from you that you now become, now wait a minute, did I really say this? Yeah, you did. Without realizing it. That's the problem we have. These politicians, they are so dumbfounded. Simple thing, because it's so simple for those of us who have seen the light to really understand that you don't blame these people, because you're looking at it, they live like cuckoo, like fools. Akore Korana, he wants to be president. President is one position, one. They are all struggling and spending money and running around. They want to be president. Anyway, for them it's competition, whoever wins. I was listening to one song. It's true, that's the point. You people are doing this and wasting your time and wasting our time. But Biafra is here to stay. Recently, I heard a case. I don't know whether it's false or whether it's true. Of October 20, where they said they're going to decide whether we want to remain in this thing called Nigeria, which is a very, very good move. But one idiot is supposed to be a lawyer. He just came and said, oh, Rivers State is not part of Biafra. The man is a bloody fool, bunkum. They are asking you don't need to tell us what part you're going to belong. The question is, if you want to remain in Nigeria, vote to remain in Nigeria. That is what we are saying. Do we still want to remain in Nigeria? Whoever wins, okay, stay there. Stop telling us where you want to belong. The nation you want to belong, what he called it, John Nation. I don't know what that means. I don't know whether Ogoniman is part of a John Nation or whether who is part of the John Nation. People are just a bunch of bunkum. They pay you to go there and talk. You already build up your mind on what you're going to say, even before you know what you are supposed to be a lawyer. The question was, do you want to remain as a one country? That's the first question. All you need to do is tell them you want to remain there. Remain there. Nnamdi Kanu, I'm telling you, even if it's only 10 people that want to join me, I will take them. Whoever wants to remain there should remain. America said, being what it is, I know that the union didn't start everybody together. No. Small, they were coming, they were increasing in number. Because that's now why I know when you go out there and you discover that you are a fool, you have been a fool, maybe that time the deliverance has come to you unexpected. Because deliverance is not only in the church that is deliverance. There's always deliverance everywhere. God can decide to strike you, and like what's here, Paul. Paul of Tarsus, isn't that something in the Bible? He was traveling, going to kill Christians, he's killing them. Then something just struck him, and the man fell. Because for him, no power can touch me. But he wasn't seeing road. He was blind for a while, and that's where his own deliverance came. That's when the deliverance be that too. Nothing past once you hear deliverance, you think it's only the church. No, even going to jail. When they jail you, maybe there's something, you go to prison. Believe me, that's your deliverance. You go there, you start thinking. When you are close to death, you are very, very close to death. You are almost, the good doctors have already started telling you, just prepare yourself. Then within that period, all of a sudden you're getting well and getting better and getting better and getting better, because you are more prayerful now than you used to be before. Now you're beginning to, that is your deliverance. You have been delivered. Your deliverance doesn't mean that you have to be in the church and somebody will knock you over the head for you to be delivered. Any issue that happens to you can be your deliverance. So Biafrans, for those of us who are in this struggle, who have kept our eyes on ball, don't worry about it. Don't be distracted by what anybody says, because you know something? That thing they are doing is going to be their own deliverance. Believe me, that thing they are doing will eventually bring them back to reality. To bring them back into life. They were not what part of you in the first place, because they were not delivered. Because if you can walk up to IPOB and they said you can't be in a meeting unless you take an oath, and you're able to take an oath, and you know what you're taking the oath for, your deliverance begins. I had a pastor, somebody who was a pastor, was sitting with his wife. I went to visit, and he came visiting with his wife, my late brother's home. I mean, my sister-in-law who passed on. And he was saying, you know why I don't like IPOB? Because I'm a man of God. I cannot take an oath. And I said, wow, that's interesting. So you never take an oath? He said, no. I said, but this woman sitting here is your wife. Yes. Did you take an oath when you married this woman? He said, no, that one is different. I said, Pastor General, I don't know what you're talking about. This is Radio Biafra USA. I'm gone. Tomorrow is another day, and praise God. Today is the beginning of the new month, isn't it? Very interesting. So tomorrow we'll be together. Please stay tuned for Mazi Iyke, who is next. Don't forget, Biafra for us is our religion. And Radio Biafra, that's where we worship. From me to you, my name is Mazi Iyke. I'll see you again tomorrow, God's willing. Stay tuned, don't go away, because Mazi Iyke is next. Bye-bye.
The last hope we have is in Biafran restoration. I believe. Listen to Radio Biafra. It's where we worship. As a Nnamdi, let your kingdom come. Listen to Radio Biafra. It's where we worship. As a Nnamdi, let your kingdom come.
Get it online on your mobile. This is IPOB Community Radio. Radio Biafra, the first and the last.
Anyị ga-akpọku Chukwu okike abịama in connection dịka ịtụkwasịrị nwanne gị aka, otu a ka ndị ọbụla na-anụ ọnụ anyị n'abanye a, ndị sonyere anyị ha anyị na-eme na redio, na ndị na-egele anyị ntị na ndị joinere anyị otu a ka ha ncha niile si wee dị connected. Otu ịtụkwasịrị nwanne gị aka, otu a ka ha nwa n'onwe ha si tụkwasị onwe ha aka, otu a ka ọ si aga round. Ọ ga-aga n'ala Biafra niile, gaa n'ebe niile Biafra sọtụrụ, gaa n'ụlọ mkpọrọ. Otu anyị si tụkwasị onwe anyị aka, otu a ka anyị si tụkwasị Maazị Nnamdi Kanu aka na mmụọ. And otu a ka anyị ga-esi wee dọpụta ya n'ime ya bụ onunu. Wee sị ya na ya bụ onunu ọ nọ n'ime ya na anyị na-adọpụta ya. Na agba ekene nwa ngwere elugo ọtụtụ. Ọ bịara igbu ya ga-egbu onwe ya. Onye chere ya ọnwụ ga-anwụ. Onye chere ya ndụ ga-adị. Onye si na Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ama mpụta anyị si onye a were ana zee mmiri. Chukwu okike abịa tụkwasị nwanne gị aka. Bido gbewe otu ọbụla ọ dị gị n'ọnụ. Kpokuwe Chukwu okike abịa ama n'onu ọbụla ịma ị ga-akpụ ya. Ọ ga-aza gị ekpere. Chukwu okike abịa ama chi nna nna anyị ochie, chi na-afụ na ife afụ n'ozuzo, anyanwụ ụtụtụ, chi eke, chi orie, chi afọ, chi nkwọ. Chukwu kere ihe niile mana onwe dị ihe kere ya. Chukwu mara onye obi ya dị ọcha na onye aka ya dị ọcha. Ọ chụrụ agụzọ olori ihe n'ori ihe n'ori enyi wee kpọrọ ọdụm n'ọnụ. Ịkwụkwa ka na-agba n'ọdọ mmiri. Agụzọ bụ enyi olori ihe n'ori enyi. Ịpụta aka n'ogwu. Ọkasị bido n'igwe oseburu ụwa. Ịkwaka na-agba n'ọdọ mmiri. O mechaa ara na-azụ ya. Baba wum onye na-abụ mba niile. Ọ gịnị ka ị ga-etu anyị si gị binye na-agba ekele nwa ngwere elugo ọtụtụ. Ka ị bịa napụtara anyị ala Biafra, bịa napụtara anyị Maazị Nnamdi, bịa napụtara anyị ndị nke gị. Anyị ataga anyị erigo ji, anyị akwaga akwa alịla, anyị na-ebe akwa oge niile, anyị na-anwụ ọnwụ oge niile. Chukwu okike abịa ma anyị si gị binye bịa egosi ihe iji pụrụ chi, binye bịa egosi ihe pụrụ chi, binye bịa egosi ihe bụ gị pụrụ. Asị m ka anyị kpeleta otu a ka ọ ga-esi wee bịa na mmezu. Otu a ka ị ga-esisi anyị ekpere n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama. Chukwu okike abịa ama. Chi nna nna anyị ochie, chi na-afụ na ife afụ nọ nzuzo. Anyị ji kandụrụ n'aka maka na kandụrụ bụ ihe. Anyị bụ ụmụ ihe. Ụmụ Biafra niile bụ ụmụ ihe. Rising sun bụ ihe. Ọwụwa anyanwụ ọ bụ ihe. Ọ ya ka anyị ji akpọkuru gị. Chukwu okike, onye kere ihe niile mana o nwere ihe kere ya. Onye jiri mmiri siri ike wee kpụọ aja, were aja siri ike wee kpụọ mmadụ. Ịbọchị ụra agụzọ gbuo enyi. Onori ihe nori ihe nori enyi wee kpọrọ ọdụm n'ọnụ. Anyị akpọkọ oge ụbọchị nke taa wee sị ka uche gị mee n'ebe anyị nọ, ka ị bịa zaa anyị ekpere, ka ị bịa hichepụ anyị anya mmiri, ka ị bịa saara anyị okwu ndị ilo gwara anyị. And otu anyị si wee kpee taa, otu a ka ọ ga-esi dịgide ile ruo mgbe ebighị ebi n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama. Anyị ga-emeghepụ ọnụ wee rịọ Chukwu okike abịa ama mgbaghara mmehie. Ụzọ ọbụla anyị si wee mehie wee megide Chukwu okike abịa ama, ọ bụ n'okwu ọnụ, ọ bụ n'akparamagwa, ọ bụ site n'echiche obi, ọ bụ site n'omume. Ụzọ ọbụla anyị si wee mehie Chukwu okike abịa ama, ọ bụ mmehie anyị mere na Biafra agaghị abịa na mmezu. Ọ bụ mmehie anyị mere ndọrọndọrọ ji wee dị na ọbịbịa Biafra. Ọ bụ mmehie anyị dubere Maazị Nnamdi Kanu n'ime ụlọ mkpọrọ. Ọ bụ mmehie anyị butere ọnwụ ike, ọnwụ elulu elu n'ala Biafra. Ọ bụ mmehie anyị butere ụmụ anyị ji anwụrụ. O ji egburu ụmụ anyị, egburu nne anyị, egburu nne na nna anyị. Asị m ka Chukwu okike abịa ma bịa gbaghara anyị, ma gbaghara anyị ma nye anyị ike na mmụọ anyị ga-eji gbaghara ndị mehiere anyị. n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama ekpere gị Chukwu okike abịa ama ịbara na-azụ nwa ịbụ omechi ụzọ osi mpụ ịbụ ihe nọ n'enyi wee kpọrọ ọdụm n'ọnụ eze Chukwu okike abịa ama anyị adịghị mgbaghara mmehie ịbara na-azụ nwa ịbụ omechi ụzọ osi mpụ ịbụ ihe nọ n'enyi wee kpọrọ ọdụm n'ọnụ eze Chukwu okike abịa ama anyị adịghị mgbaghara mmehie
Biafra. Adana yo wadumio so sono. Adana yo wadumio so sono. Agwe yangi ba wadumio so sono. Kuto ya yo so sono. Inwere ya ra so sono. Koi kala dumio so sono. Ipai dumio so sono. Kuto na ma yo so sono. Ipai jara dumio so sono. Mbri kwai jara dumio so sono. Avian jara dumio so sono. Nga iri jara dumio so sono. Kuja inwe di mara so sono. Yawe koma yene fia pasi bomo emeno. Mesanyi no yere mara kon yenyi. Apo ye kan mono yere bomo. Yawe koma yene fia jo. Yawe koma yene fia pasi bomo emeno. you be darang amasi. Biafra you be the mesi damasi. Ebe broken am the new kono yero. Kukuri po yo yo ege mi baro. Kukuri po yo yo ege mi baro. Jawe kama nyene fie basi. Kama nyene fie tu. Adana you a good news, someone. Adana you a good news, someone. A great young evil news, someone. Put ya, your nose, someone. Your someone. Why you gotta do news, someone? If I could do news, someone. Kuta never your nose, someone. If I cannot do news, someone. Bring by cannot do news, someone. I've yet to do news, someone. God, it is your news, someone. Would you invite the balance, someone? J'avais comme un yéle fier, pas si beau, et maintenant. Mais sans yéle, so yéle, mal quand yéle, après yéle, comme mon nom, yéle, bon. J'avais comme un yéle fier, tu vois. J'avais comme un yéle fier, pas si beau, et maintenant. Biafra me maunyoge, Biafra me maunyoge. Nnamdi Kanu menene sanke nyiri mi maunyoge. Ijoba seda kuko ke nyiri mi maunyoge. Eyene basiri da usom ke nyiri mi maunyoge. Besa Kanu ejere kome di nyiri mi maunyoge. Besa Kanu Nnamdi na meni nyiri mi maunyoge. Inyudu abasi kewere di Biafra yenyu ejeidare. Nnamdi Kanu keresansin kesa yemeresane. Ejembo keresansin kesa yemeresane. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man with the lion voice, the man with the thunder voice. When he speaks, the enemies will panic and take cover. Nigeria, every other leg by my son, the my body. And every day, leg by my son, the my yellow. And every day, leg by my son, the my yellow. Nnamdi Kanu, ọgaranya onye ndu ndị Igbo. Ọhamadike anyị kwụ gị n'azụ. Ọhamadike anyị kwụ gị n'azụ. Mbakara ya ma ọsọ ya na. IPOB, one family. IPOB, one family. Asimu ụmụ Biafra. IPOB, one family. Ndị Chimeleze na nwa. IPOB, one family. Nnamdi Kanu, ọgaranya onye ndu ndị Igbo. Ọhamadike anyị kwụ gị n'azụ. Ọhamadike anyị kwụ gị n'azụ. Mbakara ya ma ọsọ ya na. Ụmụ Chineke na-anụgo, ụmụ ekweli na nkwa na-anụgo. IPOB na America, Biafra bụ nke anyị. IPOB na Europe, Biafra bụ nke anyị. IPOB na Asia, Biafra bụ nke anyị. IPOB na Africa, Biafra bụ nke anyị. IPOB bụ mba niile. Ndị nọ na Igbo, ndị nọ n'obodo anyị, unu ka bụ na ndị ọma. IPOB n'ụwa niile, onu mekenu unu. Asị m onu mekenu unu. Nke onye chiri ya zelu, ka ntị wee kee na ndị oyibo nsube. Ka mbele mmadụ eze, Jesu Tedike, San Luis Odim Egwojukwu. Ọgaranya na Nnewi, Ikemba na Nnewi, Alaja Gbagba na n'Igbo, ndị Igbo na n'udo. Ọgaranya na n'udo, Ikemba na Nnewi, ọlụọma dịrị ruru ogiri Chukwu, ndị Igbo na eze na-eze anyị dere ya n'akwụkwọ. Ikemba na Nnewi, Ojukwu ndị Igbo na n'udo, Chukwu ndị Igbo na n'udo.
Greetings, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, regardless of your time zone. You are listening to live broadcast from Radio Biafra, USA. We are coming to you through Radio Biafra London and IPOB Community Radio, directed by our leader, His Excellency, Mazi Iyke. Your hosts, Mazi Iyke. One more time, greetings to all of you. Today is Wednesday, June 1, 2022, half of the year. Today, then, what people will be here, they'll be talking. La Lulu, Nikarabungere, we'll be hearing it. Tomorrow, now, what did happen? This is Biafra, Biafra land. We are Biafrans. If you are deny your identity, that's your problem. I am a Biafran. The Arwas are Arwas. They agree they are Arwas. They never deny they are not Arwas. But shame on you to be a Biafran, you say you're not a Biafran. Then heaven knows what you are. Heaven knows what you are. We always remember our leader. Always. We put him in our prayers, and we all continue to call upon Chukwu Abiyama to guide and protect him. He has done nothing other than to proclaim the freedom of our people. That is a crime. If you want to be free, it is a crime. But you want to be under bondage, it's not a crime. You'll be tied up, told when to urinate, told when to eat, told when to pray. That is absurd. And for our people, let's get to the heart of the case. You see, I always go somehow, somewhere. Let me open your eyes. Let me say, let me put it this way. We at Radio Biafra, we give you the information. We pass on the information to you. We tell you what is happening. It is our responsibility. This is why our leader established this radio in the first place. To get you informed. To open your eyes and your ears. And the nose you have to inhale oxygen so that you can run when time comes. Which of those sensory organs are you using? You have the brain to interpret the messages. We have Radio Biafra. Anything other than Radio Biafra, claiming to be Radio Biafra, that's a sabotaged radio. It is not for you. Radio Biafra, established by our leader, Mazi Nnamdi. Anything other than that is done out of insubordination. We have rules and regulation. They have established their radio and they continue to fail. We have one purpose. And that one purpose, under Radio Biafra, to disseminate information to our people. There are other radios that are operating not under Radio Biafra. We don't criticize them. We just want to know how many we are and who we are. And we know them. And we operate under the same principles. See, everybody that have operated outside Radio Biafra have failed. And they will continue to fail. Because we go by rules and principles to serve our people. It is your responsibility as a recipient of the information to make use of the information passed on to you. This is your official site. And this is where I say we have a problem when it comes to our freedom. Biafra land. See how many people that are cropping up. Everybody wants to be heard. Everybody wants to be a Radio Biafra. They destroy, they distort the information. And at the end of the day, you know who is sponsoring them. And we are telling you we are setting ourselves backwards. We think we are doing good to ourselves. We know too much. And nobody wants to follow direction. How can you succeed? Get a flock of sheep. After all, I attended to some when I was young. I was being trained to be responsible. We had about 1, 2, 3, 4, about 7 sheep. I attended for them. I have to make the twine myself. Tie them. Every morning before I go to school, I have to take them and tie them to where they'll be grazing. In the evening, I go and bring them back. What if 2 of the ties breaks? Then we have a problem. Then there comes my marathon stamina. Chasing the broken ones. I'll take the ones that are intact, I'll drag them, towards the house. The rest will follow. And we don't follow. I tie them. Then start chasing the broken ones. And they know where to go. They know the road to the house. And there they go. Then I go and untie the ones I tied up and bring them home. Where you have a nightmare is when they break through the band. This one will go to west. The other one will go to northwest. And one will go to south-south. And when you capture the small one, that's when you know your job is done. All they do is meh and follow. Even the mother sheep is responsible. Caters for the lambs. How much more with human beings? Radio Biafra. We bring you the information. We pass them on to you. Make use of those information given to you. And it is the work of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi. The information we are passing on to you now is beginning to yield result. We've told you that you don't have any kind of protection in Biafra land. We have VSN that protects your forest. And make sure these Fulanis don't get in there. Don't dwell in there. What did the governors do? They turn around to establish their Ebube nonsense called Ebubago. And they brought in the Fulanis. And the insecurity became prominent in Biafra land. And a specific area they designated at southeast as area of concentration. People are being killed, villages are being invaded, women are being raped casually. It's become a recreational event. Most of them impregnated by Fulanis. Unwillingly. But you have the governors, you have the local government authorities around. They are not acting. We are telling our people, we are telling the youths, the miscreants, my fellow miscreants, we are telling you that the power is with you. The power lies with you. How many can they kill? They bring you police. Who are the inspector generals? They are Fulanis. They are responsible. They are supervising the elimination of your lives. And you say you are obeying. You are following the rules and regulations. You have the policemen, they will escort. Since you've been catching all these Fulanis, what do? You turn them over to the police. What does the police do? They turn them loose. And they come back as you were to perpetrate the atrocities. They murder you. They kidnap you. They butcher you. And then they rape your women. With impunity. But you have the policemen who are part of the perpetrators. You have the soldiers who are harboring these perpetrators. And then you have the governors and the local government officials that are taking money to keep mute, to keep quiet. It is your responsibility, or it is our responsibility as miscreants being counted out to say no, enough is enough. It is time to tell these politicians to get the hell out of town. Just as the people of Umunaichi are telling the pretenders to get out of town. We've had enough. Maybe are doing the same thing. I think people are beginning to get the message. I think they are beginning to get the message. And the next thing, they bring the gun to start shooting at you. Just to silence you, to keep you quiet. It is their trademark. That is what they do. And what they do best. But when the people say no, enough is enough, they will stop. Look at the North. It is the mass, it is the people that say no. And they know what the people are going to do. In the North, they will destroy everything. But they don't brand them, they don't label them. But it's only in Biafra land. Any part of Biafra land, be you south, or be you wherever you are from, you are an Easterner, you are from Eastern region. To prove that you're from Eastern region, come out and express your feelings. You'll be met with a hell of bullet. That tells you where you come from. Deny your identity. To prove your identity, come out and speak. Then you will know if you're a Biafran or not. That is classical demarcation. Tagging. But you are in denial. In this medium, and through this medium, I have specifically criticized all the governors from Eastern region. All of them. They are useless. All the governors from Eastern region. They are the architects. They are responsible for the instability in Biafra land because they are federal agents. And it is the responsibility of we the people to say no. We can no longer absorb your insults. We can no longer absorb your atrocities. We say no. You can no longer represent us. We can no longer tolerate all this rubbish. You are the ones with the power. You are the ones with the authority. If you think that you're playing politics for future use, to make your future brighter, no, you're being enslaved. You have a class war brewing, and this class war is expanding, but you are the ones supporting them. Let me start reading it for you. If you're deaf, if you're I'm not going to insult you. If you cannot reason, to all of those that say they are Nigerians, one Nigeria, you are deceiving yourself. It is a class war. That is what is coming up. The ruling class have been established. And if you don't stop it now, it will get worse. Now listen. Just for you to know, Abacha's son won Kanu PDP gubernatorial primaries. Abacha's son. You know who he is? He ruled and left, his son came in. Lamido's son won Jigawa PDP ticket. Lamido. Rufai's son won APC Kaduna North Federal Constituency. Ajimobi's son won APC ticket to contest Oyo Assembly seat. Ibori's daughter won PDP Obe Sapele Review Federal Constituency of Delta. Ganduje's son won APC primary election for House of Rep. Dawakin Tufa, Rimin, Gado, and Tufa. Okowa's daughter won PDP House of Assembly primaries. Akala's son won APC primaries for Obomoso Federal Constituency. Fayose's son won PDP Ekiti Central Federal Constituency. Yerima's son also won. You see? But your schools are closed. Oh my goodness. There are more are coming. That's why when you come out to express your feelings, they'll shoot you. They'll suppress you. But at the same time, you are the one running behind these politicians. And we are telling you, leave them alone. Leave them alone. At least the feeling is coming. This was what I was saying yesterday. Our people should be aware. Our people should know. They should know what they're supposed to do. And this lady, I'm not insulting you, but your behavior is typical of the behaviors of our Biafrans and other Nigerians that refuse to get rid of these Fulanis that are killing you physically, psychologically, and chemically. Listen very carefully.
Good morning, everybody. I just want to inform you about the pepper that all these aboki are selling. Pepper and tomatoes. I bought this tomato yesterday and I noticed that aboki have injected everything. Look at it. Look at it. Round. Look at it. They have injected everything round. See another one. See. They've injected everything round. I don't know the reason why they injected it, but I discovered it. So I have to see the aboki this morning, and I told him that I bought this thing from your hand, that you injected it. He was just making noise, and he has left. See it, oh. I just want to tell you that you people should be very, very careful. Wash whatever you want to buy now. This life, wash.
This is where I say people can't reason. You people should wash. Why did you go buy from Nyaboki? We have revealed to you so many times the treacherous behavior of these Fulanis. Starting from Nama. They are cows. Oh, it doesn't concern you. It does not concern you, but they're injecting poison into the tomatoes and you're the one buying it. Nobody forced you to buy it. Instead of throwing it away, you're washing it. And you eat it, you die. And the next thing you'll be accusing your father's wife of hating you. You accuse your neighbor of poisoning you. But the real culprit is they are watching you. We have told you, engage in economic protest. You protest by not buying whatever they are sending you. I don't see how your enemy can feed you. I do not see how your enemy can be your source of feeding. That means you're living day by day. Any day they want, they'll finish you off. Like, my young lady, can't you plant tomatoes? Are there no places you can buy tomato from Oduduwa land? or from Biafra land, planted by the Oduduwas and the Biafrans, even the Middle Belt. You wait for the Fulanis to bring it to you. They have seen the sugarcane wash in a gutter water. You have seen the mangoes soaked in a gutter water. And they bring it, clean it up, and you buy it. You know the mindset of Aboki. And you buy it. Now you're saying, you people, you are also the culprit. You are abetting them. When you refuse them, when you refuse what they bring to you, they will go. Make life easier for everybody. You are a contributor to the disturbance in our land when you abet, when you support your enemies. IPOB put things in place to make sure things work right. Your security is not guaranteed. And what are you going to do? Arrest him and take him to the police. The police will release him immediately.
Keep money, may they open up. May they open up, they keep money for them. People don't want to do the party ever.
Understanding. If you're not learning, you're not living. Now this is example of learning. Now you want to live. Now you are making your voice heard. It's not just the army. Recall your politicians. That is the next step. Protest against your politicians and bring them home to end this mess. They are the ones that invited the army. They and the governors. Because they are not asking the governors why they're doing what they're doing, but they are in Abuja representing you, not talking. If you can protest against the army, you can equally protest against the politicians. This is the beginning. This is the one from Omonochi.
For 2 hours, never for 3 hours. All of them are Johnson. There's no more police in Nnamdi again. They will not arrest anybody, no bars again. If they try it, we walk in ourselves. There's no police in Nnamdi. Police are pushing up for 2 hours. What they do everywhere. After blocking them, I have to block a block. The police could not come. There's a police station. They will not arrest anybody, no bars again. We have sanctioned them. Nothing like that to happen again in Nnamdi. Look at them. Bunch of fools and salad every month. They're not working for us. What are people doing in Nnamdi? It's better for us to shut down Nnamdi police station. Those kidnappers operated in numbers for 2 hours. They used to block 3 places. Why they couldn't come?
Oh yes, that was in Berry today. So other Biafrans, now you start rising. Now you can start making your voice heard. Now you can start making, if they can do it in the north, in Arewaland, so also in Biafra land, you can do it. This is the beginning of the end. I've given you 4 critical information. I have given you 4 critical information. Biafra is near. I don't care whether you are Igbo or not. I don't give a damn. I don't care. If you don't like me, I will not like you. If you say I'm not your brother, I cannot accept you. I'll be damn foolish to say I have anything in common with you when you know I am your brother and you deny me. There is a reason why you're denying me. And if I'm your brother and you deny me, I will be very, very careful about you. Because there's no smoke without fire. This political nonsense must stop. This political betrayal must stop. If since after the war, before the war, you cannot understand that you are being divided to make them assimilate you into their own tribe, wash away every trace of you. If you cannot, after 2022, June 1, 2022, understand that you are being used, then there is something wrong with your brain. All the governors from Biafra land, all of them must be put in their place. Protest against them, recall them. Recall all the house reps, recall all the senators, recall them. Ambazonia did it. I don't see why we can't do it. After all, what's the population of Ambazonia? You let them divide you, then you are very weak. All of a sudden, a village that exchanges fire feels that it's an imaginary line. Your touches, your house touches just can barely touch. All of a sudden, that light that divides your house from the one is a different country. You hate them because somebody from Abuja have just renamed you, and you accept the naming. And then you have our people in diaspora, especially in the United States, sponsored by these politicians. They come here, run around. You are telling them what to do. They don't want to listen. They want the money. They want the money. You saw the delegates in the Southwest. You saw the bags of money, and you saw how they were rejoicing. Bags stuffed with money. You saw how they were rejoicing, and you're telling me this is political future for your country. And I've named those that are going to replace the real power people. And you're telling me you're going to be free. You gotta be free when you listen to what we're saying. Ngwa people will be here at the top of the hour. I have so much to give you, but let me cut it short. Tomorrow, now everything that happen, I will revisit some of these topics. Listen to Radio Biafra. You know Radio Biafra. We have specific hours we come on, and that tells you you are listening to Radio Biafra. You know who's supposed to be on the air at any given time. Anybody outside that is an intruder, and it's not Radio Biafra, London. And it's through these radios they can give you wrong information. If you open up a radio, you are giving information, yes, not as Radio Biafra. Because Radio Biafra is official radio of Biafrans. That's your official radio. Any information you give must come from the authority. We believe in law and order. We believe in command and control. Yeah, you resent command and control because you don't want to follow direction, then you can be easily infiltrated. Somebody can use any means to come and destroy what we do. They have tried it. For the fact that we have command and control, they have found it very, very difficult to accomplish their goal. They have found it extremely difficult. And who did they use? Those that were opposing command and control. Guys, check anybody that oppose command and control. See where you found them. Go and check. All those IPOB members against command and control, all those Biafrans against command and control, go and check them. They are agents. They have been sponsored. We are doing this for us to be safe. We have a Million Man March coming on June 14 and 15 in Brussels. All people in Europe should head towards there. Brussels, Belgium. All our Biafrans in Europe should go there. That is the beginning of the end of the Sioux. That is the beginning of the end. The Amazonians will be there. Don't make a fool of yourself and let the Amazonians outnumber you. The Oduduwas will be there. Don't make a fool of yourself and let the Oduduwas outnumber you. The Middle Belt will be there. Don't let Middle Belt people outnumber you. You, the Biafrans, $75 million plus. You have vast number of people in Europe. Go to Brussels, show yourself. Go and tell them why you are here. Go. Tell them, we are Biafrans. We have arrived. Listen to us. BBC is lying to you. BBC is not telling you the truth. They are killers. They are criminals.
Great Biafrans, wonderful people and beautiful people, lend me your ears. Buried for 50 years, Britain and BBC shameful role in the Biafran war. 1 million children starved to death. Women raped, mothers, pregnant women cut up, and the babies taken out and slaughtered right before BBC camera lens, the British corporation BBC. And today, BBC is trying to rewrite history. BBC is trying to make the victim the villain. And therefore, we Biafran, under the leadership of our Supreme Commander, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we are taking the war to the British Corporation doorstep. Biafra worldwide phone call and Twitter campaign against British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, starting date the 19th day of May to the 3rd of June 2022. Now listen, be polite and use the following prompt when you call the British Broadcasting Corporation. Hello, my name is, you give them your name. I am calling to ask about BBC policy of propaganda against the victims of genocide. Listen and pay close attention. Number one, why is BBC always twisting facts and covering up genocide by Fulanis in Nigeria? Number two, when will BBC make a documentary about the current Fulani genocidal killing in Nigeria? Number three, why is BBC shamelessly investigating the victims and not the perpetrators? Number four, why is BBC broadcasting a fake documentary to intimidate the victims of genocide? And number five, BBC and UK government, stop your shameless policy of plundering and slaughtering Biafrans. Stop the killings. Stop lying about us and leave us alone. Now, listen, very important. The time to call the British Broadcasting Corporation will be from 9 a.m. in the morning to 5 p.m. Biafra time. Now, these are the numbers to call. Pay close attention. BBC switchboard is +44 208 743 8000. I repeat, BBC switchboard +44 20 874 38,000. You must call and you need to deliver the message. All right. You also can call BBC News. You can tweet them at BBC News. I repeat, at BBC News. You can also call the BBC customer service number, and the number is +44 3700 100 342. BBC customer service number again, I repeat, +443 700 100 342. Or you can also tweet at BBC Press. I repeat, FBBC Press. Or you can also call BBC Studios Limited. The number is +442 08 433 2000. And finally, you can also tweet at BBC Africa. I repeat, at BBC Africa. Biafrans, we shall vanquish by the grace and mercies of Elohim. We shall vanquish. BBC, stop the intimidation. BBC, apologize to the real victim of genocide, the Biafran people. We shall vanquish.
Yes, we are still fighting with the BBC. I will lay that to you later on. We are still fighting with them. This is why we will never relent. This is why we don't let our guards down. We must confront them. They are not only the ones that know how to lie. If you want to tell the truth, you will tell the truth. But they have chosen to lie. They have chosen to lie. Misinformation is their job. If you think they do it just to Biafrans alone, you're mistaken. This is what they do. And this is why you must boycott listening to all these false radio stations. Just because they are British Broadcasting Corporation does not make them gullible. They are liars. It has been proven. Just because somebody looks nice does not make that person an angel. You see, sometimes, we always say, that glitters is not gold. We are finding that out in different ways. You can find that out in men who put on the suit and the long tie and not get no way. They, in particular, here and down, is their brother. They were good morning. They are liars. Go ahead. Over to you. It has been proven. Just because somebody looks nice does not make that person an angel. Mazi, turn off your own. Go ahead.
Ngamarigani tindekani Igbo mụrụ ọzọ azụmikedunu oge awa dịgbo oge akara aka edula nga na anọbụ nga lejikwanụ ma ọ bụ nga na-adịghị n'ọdụ ọgwụ nga dị ka ọ bụ n'ole ọbụla redio Biafra Maazị Nnamdi gwara na anyị nọrọ agbasa ozi ma ọ bụ redio Biafra ọ bụ redio Biafra ndị dị n'ụlọ ugbo mbụ oge nzukọ ndị ngwara redio Biafra anyị la US1 anyị la dede alụziela anyị nọ nga na gboo dachịkọ ahụ dakpatụ akala igbe na-eme ụlọ obi ụtọ na-emekwa otu anyị na-eji eme lọ ndị ka anyị sịrị ọ bụghị ehihie mara n'onye obodo ụkpa ọ bụghị ndị ikwu dị echesi ọ bụrụ ha fim enwe kenakwara ndị ahụ m ji adị eme obi ụtọ mala bawala okpu oyiwe atụla mba ọ bụ ha anyị si fụrụ ndụ ashiri ọnwụ sị ọtụrụ ji ọtụrụ ede mmiri ọdị ịsụ anwụ ọdị chakpa oruru ọdị iru anyị ngakwa dị si eme dịkwa mgbe anyị ga-emegidekwe ruo mgbe anyị ga-emetakwa anyị ndịchọ mmadụ asị ebe ọ bụla nọ dịka anyị nabatara ụbọchị taa mbụ Wenesde mbụ abalị mbụ n'ime ọnwa isii n'afọ a mbụ 2022 mmadụ asị ndewo ndị Igbo udodoro unu ala ngwa ndị mụrụ ndị ka anyị ya mara unu mmanwụ aga m esi ndị tọmadụ maazị nọ na awụnụ ka ara m nọ nka ndị ka anyị n'otu ule he ugwu na ahụ n'otu ụbọchị ndị na-awụnụ asị m onye ọbụla jishi ike mgbe ọ rịara ọbụ mgbe ọ dị ibe amala mbụ ukuru afọtawala ebe ụlọ akpatawala wogo unu jishi ike kukumba na-afọtawala ọ bụ ntekala kena bụ oge Chineke na-eji emere ara na-eji erijụta afọ ọtụrụ ide anyị gasịrịsa afọ ndụ mmadụ asị ebe ọ bụ na udo dịrị nwoke dịrị nwaanyị ya dịrị onye bịara abịala mmadụ kwana enwe ụlọ mara ọ bụ na ọ bịa lawa ugwu ekere ọ bịara nke onye adagbu nne lawa ha ndị ka ụka mbụ ndụ mmiri ndụ azụ mmiri atakwa nna azụ adamụkwa nna laa anyị gị dịka echi maka echi adịghị agwụ agwụ mmadụ asị Igbo mụrụ nze m ọzọ mmadụ asị ya dịrị unu mmalụ ụbọchị taa la anyị abịala ọdọ adịghị ha ọdọ anyị si bịala anyị abịala shọpụ anyị Maazị Nnamdi Kanu mepere anyị abịala ure n'ahịa nọ adịghị ha ọdọ anyị si bịa mmadụ asị ebe ọ bụ nọdụ ala olu anyị ịnọla ala Biafra ịnọ mba ofesi adamesi udo dịrị gị onye ọbụla nọchiesụ ike ka anyị na-edu ihe na-akpọgbu ela adịghị mgbe ọrụ bụ akara agbụgbụ anya ha fiakwana ndị ole nga imere ya anyị onye nga imekwara na ya anyị ọ bụ naanị bụ ndị gị ime mana asị ndị nwe m nọ na anyị jisi n'ike la mgbe ọ dịrara bụ mgbe ọ dị ibi udo dịrị unu dịka na ụtọ ndị kasị n'ọbụ ekpekpuo ama agba eji na-eji ụda ahụ eji na-eji isi ahụ ama ụtọ si ụda mkpagara ịma ndị dị ya ugbo pịama nnu ụja ya ndị ka ụka bụ ndị karịrị anya abịala ọdọ dịka m kwuru adị mgbe ọrụ akala ugbo kena bụ ka na-eji eji emekwa ha na-eji eme mmadụ asịrị dịka adị nabatara ụbọchị taa nabata ndị ọdọ adịghị onye ọdọ kpọọ nwanne unu nwoke ka obodo gbere ndị nwa ahụ n'afọ onye eji akpọ maazị ọnwa afọ ngwa onye nnọchite anya na ihe omume nke ndị ngwa ka redio Biafra asị m udo dịrị nwoke dịrị nwaanyị ndị ka anyị dị nabata mmadụ niile so onye ọbụla na ọṅụ nọ dịka anyị nabata agbata obi gị nọ n'ụlọ ọrụ ọ bụla ọdụ ahịa gị n'ọbịala ịnọra anyị abịala ọdọ imekwuru n'otu anyị eji eme mana asị ka onye ọbụla anyị jisi ike ma ọla na anyị dị eme dịka m kwunyela mbụ adịghị redio ọdọ ndị Biafra nwere na-abụ redio Biafra. Radio Biafra adịkwana ya bụ we have only one frequency for ndị nọ gburugburu ebe ka anyị ebe nọ 102.1 adịghị redio ọdụ anyị nwere labụ redio Biafra, adịghị redio ọrụ Maazị Nnamdi Karịsị ma anyị na ọgbasa ozi labụ redio Biafra. So ọ bụla yi dị ike ntị labụ redio Biafra ka m gbasara ya, ihe ọ bụla ọrụ gara ga-enweta information labụ na redio Biafra ka a ga-agbasara. You are on your own. Redio Biafra anyị nwere usoro taa eji emehwe otu aka mbụ Wednesday dịka o ji ọkụrụ elekere na-atọ ọ bụ ma bụ onye ga-eda n'ụlọ ya mara dị eda n'ozi mmecha bifo m abata adị mmere eji emekewe ndị Australia etile mgbere eji asị na wetin dey happen. So ịmara mgbe Maazị Alozie eji anọ nga mana mgbe onye ọbụla eji anọ nga. So udula ya mgbe ọbụkwa ihe karala ede nọ ya mara aka agwala ya ụgwa a na-adị ibu na ọrụ ma ihe ọrụ ha ka anyị nkara mgbe otu ọ bụ nwende ka ụka ya ọ bụ ngere to onye ọbụla nwere ike mara nga ọ nọ asịla ọ bụ onye mara ezigbo ego na-ejighị iji kanta azụ ya ahịa oge nne mgbe onye ọbụla kwesịrị ma ha ọ dara iji maa aka ya ka chia ya ike. Ada m eke ọnụ na nkwa ngana asị m onye chọrọ ịzara anya akpa ya zara anya akpa, onye chọkwa anyị zakoro ya zakoro. A na-amara ka ya da ịza aza, ọ bụghị ebe nga na gị bịada azara anyị akpakoro a na-achọ ya. M si ga akụkọ ka ede aka ihe ndị maka adịghị ama ụma adịghị ama ama Ọnịcha m gara Obosi. Onye ọbụla kwesịrị ịma ha ọ dara. Ọ bụrụ ibere ọkwụkwọ a na-ama na ebere ọkwụkwọ, ya bụrụ ebere ohi nkịta a na-amasị ibere ohi nkịta. Ndị eke ụka m gbọrọla otu maka gbuo m dị iti ya adị m ịtụkwu aka elu lara nwee ike nnụ. Ọ bụrụ ịdị ha shi na da akụkọrọ ihe da akụbịara ihe ka m ga-agbasara gị hafụ ịgwa ime ha gwara gị ma gị eme ọrụ ka m ga-agbasara. Ọ dị ụtọ m la up to this moment la dịka aka n'oge gboo ndị osi na obu ndị IPOB dee nọdụ ajụsịdo onye aga wikend Chineke kpọkpọ ọkụ ịma ihe dara onye ọbụla kwesịrị ịma ntọala anyị ji bido IPOB. This is a strong, we have a structure which ma ewu ma ọkụkọ ọ bụla ikwenyere ahụ ka anyị ndị ka ị ga-egata nna anyị dị etu anyị tosi ebe otu ị ga-egata dị eme ya. Ọ bụ taa bikọs ndị na-eso Jizọs gide bụ ide akwụ ya ga-ede adị ya n'azụ ka ọ bụla ọ sị ime gị ime. So ha na-eke ụka ya bụ ngere adịghị redio ọdụ anyị nwere anyị jiri agbasa ozi ọma adịkwana redio ọdụ anyị ji egota Biafra labụ redio Biafra. Ada m ekele aka gba ya ahụ, ada m ide nna mkpu, ada m eke anụ na-egwu ndị mmadụ na-ara eme ntị onye ndị osisi fachie ntị ka anyị iji mmiri ọkụ uwe ihe ụmụla ntị onye enwe ikere anụhụ ntị ara ya bụ ụfọ ndị mmadụ isi onubere ọkụ tụnubere ohi nkịta. Ndị eke ụka mbụla adịghị redio ọdụ anyị nwere adịghị redio ọdụ igi n'olu ndị mgbala abụla redio Biafra. Ma ọ bụ redio Biafra ọ bụ redio Biafra tara bụ nga naanị anyị ndị ekwu okwu n'oge awadugbo tara bụ nga anyị ga ekwu okwu tara bụ redio anyị Nnamdi Kanu nyere anyị sị ma anyị gwere gbasawa ozi ọma. So ha ndị eke ụka mbụ maka adịghị ama ama echi onye ọbụla ọ nọrọ karịa ibe ya. Ọ bụla lokeshọn ụlọ ebe na redio adịghị kwudo ebe a nwee ndidi bere Android phone gala IPP community app igide enweta anyị na dụ mgbe a ga-emechi FM dịka ọ dị redio mụ na ụlọ na-adịkọta ha dịka ọgana adịla abịrị ntakalọgụ ndị iro anyị adịghị ihe ụra beta ọ dị ụtọ m lọfọrọ ụmụnne anyị ndị ihe ụra. Ndị iro anyị adịghị ihe ụra wụ ndị adịghị ihe ụra sitala a na-akọtala uhe nga ọjọọ emere ji abụ ịkọta agwọ he nga ọjọọ ya agba dịka oje tata beta ama m la agwọ dị eche ụzọ si ala asịla emegbuola onwe ya n'ọgụ. Nwende ka ụka ya bụgoro onye ọbụla tụọ skwa jọjọrọla ihe mpịkọta wu beta a na-asụ mfụtara ọhịa ala mpata ụzọ ọhịa na anyị ndị ịsụ a na-asụ ndị ọlele ọgbaduwo onye ọbụla jisi dị ike nwe na anọgbu anyị ji asị ndo anyị ga-asị bụ jisi ike sitala ọba anyị si mgbe anyị ebidoro isi anyị ga-asị bụ obu jisi ike sitala jisi ike ji akwali mmụọ mmadụ jisi ike ji ere mmadụ obi abụ ya anụ mmadụ onye mbedo anụ ọrụ mma maọbụ mpa maọbụ otu nwanne mpaghara si ihe onye ọbụ mgbe nwoke jisi ike ya esi odede sitala ndị karịa onye jisi ike bụkwara ikere eme enwe ngwachi onye kutere mmiri ṅụọ ịṅụcha mgbe ya sị jisi ike nnọọ ya sị jisi ike mere asị gị mebitere mmụọ si jisi ike obi agba ya anụ gị mere. So ha ndị eke ụka mgbe ọbụla ha nọgbo mbụla gịrị jisi ike nwa bekee sịrị bụ well done ugbu a na-asịla bụgịrị jisi ike otu onye kpọrọ mmehie ya sị nwanne maazị ya sị m jisi ike obi agba ya anụ si ya elu ojila m ajala ukwu. So oge anyị nọgbo mgbe onye ọbụla gịrị asị gịrị jisi ike ka ga-abụ ekwela anyị gị ide ekpegbu ga-abụ jisi ike
Iklan Bongabu, Jishiko, Loga Gawalawo, Jishiko, Hobla Dina Bola de Bola Telasi, Ibra Kumbol, Medero, Asi, Jishiko, Udabeana. That would angry to me, Church Abasa, to give it a cool model. Jishiko want to hello Jalan, Unobland, Shoniki. Ishika Jao Beki motivation, the kind slow Jack Palitum Nomad, Ojo with the Nomad. Mbasi jishiki kesi bigisi o gawalihu abole tore damba mbasi jishiki yada kan not for maglanjin ya piam ya ko futumba uriam wande ko kambla bo klaren gabu jishiki o ada me se bo na da lulu anya ma fo Biafra ande no shimbi inde ba shimbi ke ma za na se jishiki o de ko dun jishimi ke o bo no mbo wa fo Biafra e de no la radio Biafra bo no asingi jishiki o Umona ngina moya asumunu jishiko ndedi US Mazi Iyke dozim landodo asumunu jishiko Maritina Sanwuru asumunu jishiko ndodo lile jichiche all the coordinators Africa rep continental rep asumunu jishiko lobo tanje guralo baseta ana bombala jishiko heji sin jishiko bola he dime nyale all my de na sa jishiko Colonial Dona Buni Bidora Ibidora has seen the way Mewa. Be mere media novel. Adelela Hundi Malone Lihu. Ega Fegema the Hardy Mena, Odabu, Jishiko, Mazi Jishiki, ECO, Ogabeano. Gemala Hindi Melody Gaga. So Hamde Cambo, Stella Chita Gaga, Aboga Wundi Jishiko, Nobla Jishiki, Kibobla Nulani. Onabla jishike loga karakiro la ndeka isla ngata ko kapiono la mbufu edwa hande ko kambo ko be di mezrese jishike ndere hama kibure dwani jishike onabla boble no jishike ndere ko pa na la radio program jishike onabla jishike labo hanjaga labo hanjide jaga jishike abu kida kwalitin muwane ya da gaga mada sumun nam do man na mai giji shike lo ba ni hafa de ne di marania la ni gija ta de me lo ba ne bo ko batra mi ji shie ada kana ha de ko ka la hasa no tala de kwara ijima gwende tare ba shi ko sla ogoladi no kanjo eji alo ya alo ogoladi no kanjo eji alo ya alo ogoladi no kanjo eji alo ya alo so hande ko kambo onobla jishinike igorore ke jishike alla mozi jishike onobla jishinike lanye me ani mre ani medugola hwa ani medugola no hwa so hande ko kambo onobla jishike ke bobule no da no masungi jishike lanye medugola tani ba fios makenya gabu nya alla no kwa ngande era ho chavo tani ani ba fios Usuni Kenjaya Onanya Buchi eze Chukwu Kikabia Mwamata Marechi onye okwu ya bụ A na M Mwamata Marechi Chineke kendembo Chineke kendi basu onye kere mara ihe kere stela kọrọ bụ ha njide ekele gị dakpụkwa ha ndekpọ anyị le dakpọ Chukwu Kikabia ma nwabeke kpọrọ dị kreto a na-asọle egwu dị okike lọrụ bụ okike lewe adị ihe kere papa lekwu ụbọchị taa isi bịa do ya nsọ tambụ mkpụrụ tambụ abalị mbụ n'ime ọnwa isii papa de mikubi okuleli shomo Biafra lile de bashim bekesi afọ nwa na anyị de baye ọma niile nọ n'ime ọnwa na geba gebo kane hande ko kembo ko ọjọọ niile nọ n'ime ọnwa na onugba n'ọsọ na de ko kembo ko ọma niile bịakwutane ebe onye isi Mazi Nnamdi Kanu asị mbọ ọnwa ya ọma niile nọ n'ọnwa ngozi niile Chineke zugwere ọnwa ga-abịakwute ya mmadụ asị ebe ọbụla na ọnwa na bụ ọnwa anyị onye zu mmadụ esi n'ime ọnwa na ha bụ ihe mkpọbi ụkwụ niile ihe mfuchi ihu niile ihe ibe akwa niile n'ụbọchị taa dịka taa mbụ bido ọnwa na asị m onye ezu mme ka ihe ọjọọ niile tọọlara azụ taka ọma nọrọ anyị ihu kwụrụ anyị ihu kwụrụ anyị n'azụ papa anyị adịghị ike etu ogbenye onye m dị ike esi na ege ndọrọ anya ya ala ụgwọ anyị ga-ịgba nkịtị papa anyị ga-eme ka anyị jebe mmadụ afọ ofu edekwa n'alụ nladị agha papa anyị ga-esi iji si ike onye zo mmadụ esi jisie ike o lahụ dị mele anya ndị ahụ ya lọdịkwa na ịda ụda ọbịa mere ụbọchị taa anyị dasị jisie ike papa la ndị kaịst bọbụ ekele onye akịrịla ka ọ gwọrọ o mere ihe emeta ọdọ papa ha si dasị jisie ike bụ taa inwe mmụọ mgbagbumela ndị ịrụ ọrụ la adị ka a na-agbachifu nkịtị la anyị dị ịja gị mma anyị dị isi jisie ike papa jisie ike rụrụ gawa rụrụ ụmụ ọrụ onye zo meta site n'ime anya ha nsago otito onye zo mmadụ kpọkọ ụbọchị taa sị ka ọ dị ụbọchị taa rubere anyị so onye zo mme ndị ịka ụka mbụ tọ dịrịla mma la afọ dịrịla mma la eke dịrịla mma la orie dịrịla mma la nkwọ ka ha bụ ha ọbụla mbụ ha malite n'ụlọ ahịa izu ụka anụla ahịa na ka ọ dọpụta onye zo mme lekwa ndị ebe anyị niile dị ịgba mgba si na olu anyị agaghị efụta ndị ji ụta ji eme ji emechi site olu ha fefụta papa ada m esi ndị dị ụta ịmara ọnọdụ kwesịrị wee ndị ịka ụka mbụ jiri ndị ọma ebighị ebi ada m esi ndị mmụọ ozi nke igwe mkpụrụ obi ndị a niile nsị na olu anyị agaghị efụta na anyị agaghị bịa gbasa ozi ọma na esi ma anyị ga-abịa kwusara ụmụ ụwa ndị a niile gba mgba adakpa nkata ebe ọbụla na asị m site n'ụbọchị taa mgbe abalị mbụ ime ọnwa isii ụbọchị taa ka ọ bụ ụbọchị gị jikere ọrụ laa kpuere adịghị ụzọ ọjọọ dị emede anyị ebe ọbụla nọ onye ezumụrụ ụbọchị taa asị gị ya asasịara ya asụsụ ọjọọ ọbụla eji ụdị ahụ emegide anyị asụsụ ọbụla adị wee sụ iji ụdị ahụ anyị ahụ darụ anyị arụ ala ụbọchị taa asị m taa ya asasịa ya onye ezi omume ọtụtụ okwu adịkwa n'ala ọnụ papa esi tupu anyị arịọla ịmara ihe bụ mkpa anyị batara ma anyị ga-ime bụ ma anyị ga-echetara ya papa adịkwa m echetara ụbọchị taa na nwere onwe anyị onye ezi omume n'ọdị anyị mkpa ọ dị ego anyị karịa otu niile eji agụ mmadụ papa mere anyị ya mere anyị onye ezi omume lekwa ụmụnne anyị niile ndị nọ n'ụlọ nga ga-emetụ ha aka n'obi lekwa ndị ha niile ndị si na ọnọdụ a gasịrị n'ọdụ otu onye ezi omume lekwakwa obi ndị dị ụta ka ya ọrụ ebighị ebi dịka ị mere David egburu ihe na-adịghị ha ugbo ogolo ya ka a sị mgbolo ya tiri ike nọchiri ụzọ anyị n'ụbọchị taa onye ezi omume ka ndị mmụọ ozi nkele gị bịa kwaturu anyị ka ha ragoro ya atụ ukwu ọbụla ka ha ragoro ya atụ nta ọbụla nke nọchiri ụzọ anyị nọchiri ụzọ anyị ma goro ya atụ ka anyị dị ịhụ anya maka ala adịghị ịhụ anya onye ezi omume onwe mazụra ndị awa niile asị m site n'ụbọchị taa onye ezi omume ogbe anyị ga-abụ David goro ya atụ ndị a nọchiri anyị ụzọ ga-abịa kwatuchara anyị nwe nna nna onye ezi omume anyị kpọkụrụ ime ije ụzọ anyị niile n'ime ịrụ ọrụ anyị niile onye ezi omume bịa kwụrụ anyị ihu kwụrụ anyị azụ anyị adịghị ike laga onwe dị ike onye ezi omume nka otu ide m n'ụbọchị taa chi ga-ejite gị ego petụrụ ndị ịka ụka ebụla aga m ezụkwala mango na ụfọdụ ga-efu ofe ala afọ ime anyị na-esi bịa mefuchara ihu na anyị dị ile ime ọra anyị na dịkwa na isi jishi ikela ka ị mere eme tinwekwa n'ike mere gị wa ndị ala anyị rịọ ma kwere gị mekarịa ka anyị lụrụ site aha gị onwe egwu Chukwu okike abịa ma dịka anyị jikere mmadụ ya ha abịala ihu mgbaala ụbọchị taa dịka anyị si emeela mbụ anyị gakwa ịkpọpụrụ akwụkwọ echiche anyị gaa lahụ ndị ọdọ wee bụ anyị kwụsịrị n'oge a bụ onye ọrụ bịara ya bụ bido nga ahụ kwụsịrị n'ụbọchị taa dị lahụkwa ebe anyị kwụsịrị akwụsị ochie dasị gịnwa bụ onye dị ige anyị ntị taa bụrụ ụbọchị mbụ ige anyị ntị anyị dị nabata gị nke na bụ oge nzukọ ndị ngwara redio Biafra ebe ọbụla nọ n'ụlọ anyị dịka anyị anabata ikwuru ibe gị anyị ga-akwa ịgala otu anyị eji eme biko ọ bụla ị chọrọ itiri anya na ị chọrọ isi anyị jisi ike ladịghị ihe nwere ịchọrọ ịka dịka otu anyị ejikwa emeela mbụ asị gị lekwa akara ekwentị gị kpa ya 08130541935 direct line WhatsApp or signal ka mkpụgharịa ya ọdọ 08130 5 la 4 1 la 9 3 la 5 ị nwere ike kpọọ direct mobile WhatsApp, mobile signal. The quarter you ban only on WhatsApp. Who's operator is that? Is it? Lakina, no go lab ladua. Can I? What run $4 plus 346725766762. They can tell engine man. I never feel so because I give the para home no budget. Agakwala ebaniji fufu felizo kagaraga. Makalo izo kalile anyị ndị bịara ana gela ukwala hane ukwanya kolono ala kufube anyị bakana ebe akpị ala installa okwu a produce ọtụtụ hewe ndị ka anyị nsi na ụgbọrọ ngwari okwu a bụ ụgbọrọ ngwari ngwari ya ejila ọbịa mere eji eshi ụgbọrọ ya ụgbọrọ ngwari ị chọrọ ya igwere ọkpọrọ isi evu ngwari ihe nne so anyị gela ukwu ebe anyị nọ n'okwu anyị anadi mefucha ya anyị gela ukwu ebe a okwu akpụrụ ọnụ ọbụgịrị onye ijiri ndị bịara abịa ụzọ azụ ụlọ anyị who show the strangers our track cruise otu ọbụ eji sụọla bekee sụta afọ ụmụta m ji sụọ kem n'olu Igbo ada m enu hamdeka adịkwa ndị bi enu hamdeka ụka ya bụgara n'ụbọchị taa anyị ga-ele ahụ where we dey ebe anyị kwụsịkwara ebe anyị na-anọ onye isi ndị bịara abịa ụzọ azụla anyị ọ bụ ha dịka ụka ụzọ azụla anyị esi ndị bịara abịa emebiela ọtụtụ ihe n'ala Igbo taa ụzọ ya na ha fụta nna ndị ọbụ ndị ole gee ntị m agba ụlọ obodo kenarị nteghị mmụọdọ adịghị ihe ọbụla mmadụ ga-ebe bụ okpurichara gị sị na ejikwa imekele gị imeke ọ bụghị n'ezi because the system adịla corrupt and as a result of that bịa abụghị mmere nọ adịghị ọbụla emere meta obodo ka onye ọbụla dị plan la every good thing to offer in Nigeria so onye ala m sịla ọbashi which I will explain to you a little dịka anyị mazụọ na ya lee chọrọ ịzụ ahịa onye nna nna ọ bụ onye yeah, who is this? Kere ntị na-agwa uru adịghị ihe ọbụla mmadụ nwere ike isi gị na eji ime mmeta Naijiria ọ bụ asị onye ọbụla sị gị na eji imeta Naijiria onye ahụ ndị ịrọ arọ onye ahụ rọwa arọ akọm ga-ajụ ịhụ riba ọ dị ịrọ arọ akọm adịghị ihe ọbụla nwere ike ime mmeta Naijiria will mark which I will give you a little explanation aga m ekọwatụrụ iji gwaratala ihe ka akpọrọ obodo ihe agwa na akpọrọ Naijiria ọ bụrụ dịka wasụ obodo etisala nwanne obodo etisala hụha so ha ọbụla mmadụ gboo ndata ikwu gboo gere imekwa obodo ke na ama mmụọdọ nwanne nọtakwa onye lazụrụ onye lawa onye Anga.
Go ahead, you're off. I'm trying to get you back in. Yeah, you're back up.
Yeah. So when they go Cambo, when no last lagi meeting Nigeria, alarm qua evolution jishim pela Nigeria again mamma. So na lord or lord another arakom. Pada kam bag hotor ya. Imalo jabu na law bade. Any refi ni baslam bag hotor and when you lie now ni kira robo ni kiro. So no last symbol lagi meeting Nigeria. Aro lord ya dero. And refi ni bola. Ejo munge wa bugare lari oburi tela bulu tiela. Obi the motor of the heaven dimela Nigeria lo gwachita. Ehula abuye michara onye slambo no kochuku gare machitanya obodo duteba iku kwa da ifuta to ko gudi hodi tilabu he madare wuri keganga sale da heji to an to ale bada la guri ekwesu ya kwale boda ahu fun de ko gaza e mo gaza ja for not less than 15 to 20. That is how ekwesu lay egg and hoshela. That's why Gibona, Yabogere, Ekusu. Yentamako, no one was going to represent Ahunu Bosore. Yentamagaye, Ibetan Payala, also Pabu Shaka Malam Page, or Halay. For the fact, Limra, Lao, Debara, Nation was as lie, you can never get anything. So whenever I would never say animal to animal to your vote is counted out passion. Ashan Buhara Etunna. So how I will not like give a lanya bogare, do I give me to work and animals, really demona. A Pandiabo or Kuandiabo and the Quaban had a Quaban Helena, huh? They had a Babulaga Cambohani Labra, the Camerame. They have the Kibabu Labalini Becambo. I am in the Kadi, the Kibabu Becambo. Huh? They have the Kibabu, don't it? Mount Grand to no demon. What? A government era ways in the world, era going to be back from what I labor at. You know the doctor we are talking now or board of making a doctor with you, educating whilst the party of oh, now, coming to my good. I will tell you that. For the fact, London and you know, and I am Wabatanakan, the quiet, you know, check back out from the book. In those 2 or 3 years, he will stay here, eat. I have another 2. And I have only care another chorus. Only can I won't make a only kill the young book or the book. I would say, I have a daughter. Yes, country. The guy in my head about the way you go away. Now, either I won't give you Hannibal. I would say, bring laboring Melbourne did to Anna. I won't did to Anna. The toilet of the Yako say, over the age of age of milk, a gaping nole. A gaping note of a nang. I don't want to in the Kai ladder at a load and I did Kupia. I don't want home and I ladder cut my hand and they cook again. Tell I wouldn't date one Salahinda way, Runana. Anna Hausa-Service, women do a Hausa-Service or Rwana. As long as Nigeria lives it, as long as Nigeria is existing, I don't need you no Matamage. While it's a woman I don't think Metahako no lobby. If you go home alone with Tanga sema ni lekuti sani yao. Nade kugomunto yale ngala bona be vulakalish. Egun kewe juku. But I put for those in the want here. They know themselves. When it can aware self or warbo. When it can nara kufuno. The toga as lang gepo. Ganon to Marco Runo. How they go ni shebla manade lofi. La manade lamiti. All and no saria. Ono black canon over na boda so burage mamma loge mamma obashi. Kala buhamkara. Nga ande kan ndi bara da bishin za su ne ya bele he wendi melo bada na bo cheta fulani ga di kidnap ndi kane through allow fulani to come in ojo zo kalo now ni ano lozo kipe lozo kare ga yaga fulani ga di kidnap and fulani ga mo kidnapping lo bodane kwa who allowed them. Him the team to enable Matambula, Handy, Ukwe Krell, and do what you know. Upon that, when they full and the initial. Egala or half a barak, full and one of base, then had a day more correct. And then you never someone now. You don't fly and got Palala police station in the Resolute township. Having none along never our ball, opening our. I was the no rubber I live township. The whole military checking points are really Fulani Machanga. Most of them are Fulanis. But John Motunda could ever back here. Who opened the road? Who showed the enemies our road, our track road? Fulani Machanga, John, or Hanny too, not to not attack again. Detail your lawyer Hanny too. Omo ta grai tira loya se kano nga una slaga abu ndojo kuna hole for the fact no ni chande bara ba shimo za asmolane uta lo gedade akula nyanga na kuari akuya kushi kesla adigin dinguni ike stop windi na lile labo ndole Ipob adigin ndodo. That is why they are doing everything humanly possible to suppress us. Pangon to Nani di me metafoto na de hanimo. As a kidnap no kochuku. A papa the put one Nigeria. Una 400 million. Chinga ke poku noko. Mbabam alibo. Any kidnap any Muhammad Kabo any Leja ono so okuchukwu. Don't we kill any Emma. Just tell me in Igbo land in flag kidnap any Emma. I don't know but I quick kidnap in the kind of an akwego. Now every Indiana Telegram Ladia police in Adia. I gave you to successfully 100 million naira. Is it not by phone call? I didn't answer. If I say good thing, Obola Abola Sola, Abola Hani, Fulana dominates ya. About Tiny Sam Mohampi. Abramuna was lover for Bawaye Ham. I couldn't line the line wouldn't you believe it. Una Hunne. Akuna who told you that. Una who told you that. I don't know. I will.
Yes,
Yeah, the whole world is listening to you.
Okay, sir. Okay. You see, God is connected on network.
Yeah.
How come you see that?
We do it again.
I know about what everywhere.
Without God.
Then I'm about what's everywhere tomorrow. I'm like, they don't have the kind of safety. When they tell me that they will kill us and nobody will save us, we think he was joking. Everything that our leaders say have come to pass. Everything. What do you learn? How we are seeing it. We are
We have governors, we have this, we have the religious leaders, leaders that are supposed to take care of us. Look at we have been put, and the bishop was enough, and they paid 100 million. Before our eyes, the bishop, and they are telling us a lot of that. I don't have to hope, I know. You hate me and you want me to love you. Why do you hate me by for what did I do to you that you make me to hate you? Well, they are fine. I like that also. And you take my love. How come what is coming to the whole world? And the world, they think like to make it cause it's a lie. We are taking a direction before the whole world that the children of the Most High, Biafra race, you are going home. This is our life that we must talk of. Every Biafra, anywhere you are on this earth, you must talk of Biafra. Let's check. Let's have a we are not even applaud the Biafra. You are the nation of the Biafra, you will get up. Okay, just start put on it, start on it. Almost, come cut away, we are there. Then what? Every Biafra must be using up the Kanu for us. Instead, the Biafra will not release them, everybody perish. Isn't that? Injected to separation province. Okay, I want to release. Come, not the one with my carrying on for the university. Come, Katawa, Mate. How come? What can we use in our platform? Okay, first matter is chapter 1. Because that's why the first matter is chapter 2. You can't take it. Yeah, we are the people of the book. We are the people that they use our own record to put together gold. Who are you, Kanu? All this time to look at the case together logically. All the records in Oklahoma, they are also on the president. I don't need someone to hear. So let them take away, let them take our life. President, what to do about school? What to do about that? We are not to make tea. I can't tell them that the Kanu. This is our leader. Everybody here will price. That's aware. You say we are the Arab to. We don't have the talent to do. I was like, who wanted? After I have that, you say that we will get all of that.
Agandewa jisike la ada abo madile babutu rutikpo ogamdewa ka mamarama dịka mbi okwu ya una hụla Fulani ga-enwe kidnapping kidnap obekere mewa adakwenyekwa ibe kidnap kwa but oge anyị bụ ndị akpọrọ terrorists na anyị bụ ndị ka anyị kpọrọ terrorists ihe dị njọ da-ajụsi ndị ike bụla ndị Igbo anyị amatabeghị up to this moment. Fulani ndị kewe kemgbe ịhụ na Fulani niile kpọrọ agụ ịhụla na ndị oke mmadụ fụtara maọbụ ndị watụgodo gọvanọ ọbụla lasla na a ga-ele ndị Fulani ahụ mewe arrest otu ebe ka anyị bụ na bebe onye mmetụ ya sị na-efie ya amị aga imecha gee ntị aga imecha kidnap otu ịhụla dis politicians mmadụ fọrọ nne nri ya dabara nna unu maọbụ otu nwanne mpa unu must enter into the trap of Fulani herdsmen. Even if they know how they who are those behind it? Fulanis and our governors. Okoduwa Palodo, Oduwa Lord Okoya, recruit other boys. Okay. Unileana Hejimeno. Get into my Bruno. Onobla Via Lobby. You see this time around. All the matter there by that in Tabayimo, one nobody tell I was a little opportunity when one of my brothers was talking on the Fuyana about Nigeria, nation is about KK, when you walk a say a man of Nigeria. I say, see a man, say a good. You know, so much has over when it's a lobby partner, and I didn't limit at the one. They need you. Now, the problem of Nigeria, governor cannot solve it. The problem with passing this country. Are there any group of people who in case of Lia? For example, go to Anambra. Look at how industrious in Anambra are. Multi-millionaires. Now, in Chareba Ladi will not land that school Anambra there are many people in Anambra that they are jobless. Upon agree in the Anambra. Now, come to Alangwane here. Go to US here. Just go to this thing like US. They go to Spain. They have money, but they can never face Ngwa to be good. Why? Mataona Nigeria. The only thing we keep all the town, all the communities, all the states are they well organized, we will develop great. My Biafra there. Because you can never do anything good here or colonize. So that is what I was telling them, my brother. Now, go, okay, take a look at this guy like Mobi Kubana. Ask only God Ike. It's already done up till now. I did somebody in that school Anambra. La jobless. Why? We have enough in there that are doing well. Like what they know. But I reckon Anambra, Nicho one other well. I didn't know Anambra, Nicho Wego, Agro Dibu. Now tell me, do you think that there is any good things can come out from this place again? Mbanono. Or Puko. So here most of our people get into Makuno. In a bomb deck, I will not brag in Rolum. Obo Dobla Lily Numona Linda Nobodo Ibo, Uno Tungi Bodona, Mention Bodono, or Gaia walk on Nigeria, it can never walk. I have seen a brother, it's about La. The man was coming with a very big project. We have a US here. Now let me tell you, that thing will employ 3,000 workers. Of how you employ like that. Only the stupid governor put a signature for that and just come out and that thing will employ 3,000 workers. Now, according to the person, not like Lakuta and Daru from Muba as a whole, for a bubble. Now, Johnny Madatin may remember for you up to today. These people that are so wicked at that if you are coming with a good idea, they can never allow you to happen here. Ejima going on Bashi Kesia, one na able no Obodono Demma, but the DHG Chino Bodan Demma. Anyone again on Gibrato for the good, baby may home out, Metu Lacuno, or the Kuno week a day to Tafo. Macagri, Ladic, Conta de Mregre in Demma. Even if you said I saw Kilaga Mero Fatter, Onozo, Subade. Now, higher women and both churches. It's a regular trade down churches Laba, a great truck. Or fat is it regular on Agila, the Maragagi de Mono. And on here, one guy, one man of God, let me call it him one of God, was telling the M, situated to Negro, Adi Gawara, Marala Billy, like Nagino, the Agazi Road, Zo Templars of London, where Cathedral, Seban too. If we go to Gaji, Chinek to Negro, Josie, the amount of money he called, like Nagazi Road, Laba. Zo Templars of London, where the Cathedral, my last Salamna, Fijikana, Compent, like in the Madlon. You see the mentality in the Kanu. So are they humble or noble like DJ? Time for they only teach in one direction. But if you come to Arabic, everybody is thinking of one direction. If you go to Western world, everybody is thinking one direction. Not like that is why nothing can be. I don't humble with killing an energy. Forget about how I reckon now one day than Nagima or Giba, but even in the Canano, you see after the so or they do go any about now. Because now, Ebana, one day all heavy flying. You must lose something that you can never recover in your life. Forget about the only is no winner. How can you tell me where you will stay? You can never think of anything good. Oh, noble and to hit and bonash. Come to Numara, no good yala. Okay, Obola, a Toregon, assuming now, let's give him to get Kutuku Anambabo, just in the Anambra, only many importers, many businessmen that are doing well in the society. Now, Anambra. I was thinking about this in Kele. Are there any state of like when it came on if it's new with the Yadam, never, as long as I can in Nigeria. Are there any group of people? Are there any 2 months about to cover like any kind? What I mean by fist me local government out of that local government, are they all the youth not there which are hard you can never get it in Nigeria. Are they in Southeast here? You can't. Even in the world, you can never get any community, any local government. As a local government, every indigenous there, or every indigenous there, when you have them, or again, when you get to school, you can't. All around. Or whatever, maybe all of you there are in business soon. Maybe you have 1 or 2 international business that are going to, but nobody go and write it down. You can never come to your place in Humana for 1 month without security or action. You can't. The police are the worst criminal you have. If you don't know, they are the worst in. How can you come to your village? It's like Patarego, you will police that because of the TL now. But how many those the police are to know that you can never. I don't have any with you that can make your place at them except one thing. Mbogere total freedom and you could total freedom. If we have not get this total freedom we want to get, no community, no state, no local government will get the freedom in Nigeria as long as I'm concerned. Go and write it down. No community, no local government will give with their own freedom as long as we have not get the freedom of Biafra. So whatever you are thinking that only can you sing the song in a strange land? Only nene lohu oja to akoba Abraham de June. Only nene lohu oja to akoba. You are a slave. You think that Banono I can yeah. Just the Kabe Ugamila Kupwede. What you are doing is likely to be Ugamila Kupwede. So open the ultimate woman. Go and check in every state anywhere I live. Okay, the government as I didn't go about now. Go and see how that place is. Or them did you have a borehole lobodo? They will do money then. They will do money. How is your place? Are you to know? Do you to know the I know that are they living fine? Let me give you community home matter. Hotel Dubai. The indigenous the indigenous they don't work. When any government to know turn, watch on the new subcontract, while on the Kanu, one calendar in share. Most of the Western other countries, the indigenous when they government agent, oh go in they show down Nigeria, they have government trending. They got to go on government in the say no. That is why they introduce this course, entrepreneurship. So now I got to the government. If your government cannot give you work, can they get it on? Because your government is meant to provide work for the citizen. Now later that alone. Somebody was calling me yesterday, 1 kg of gas about 900 naira. 1 kg of gas, 900 naira. Check ya na buko runu jadamma. Abuke one day work governor, or give me 1 kg gas about 200 naira. Even about 100, about 900. No blame Morano. No blame Morano, no Mataha de cow. One global late Lego Nigerian and Mechano lot to the normal price. Price on a good lebu. Mbama jo fertilizer ndị ka dị mere ọrụ ọ na-ego ole ndị Igbo ole na-emere ala wada na fertilizer but Dangote onye fertilizer ọ bụ ndị nọ n'ala nọ n'otu obodo ụmụnna ole ndị ego mata fertilizer cement eji gaa n'ụlọ cement ọ na-ego ole cement ya eji gaa n'ụlọ on because amala ndị Igbo aka n'ụlọ n'onye ọbụla nwanne ewo ka m chọrọ ịga House of Rep nchọrọ cement ya go bog ime price cement aloto dị ho jikwa na eso la gi mere ya mara ya ma mma n'obodo unu ọ ha ndị ejo nwanne ewo ka anyị sị na eji gọvanọ nwere tere ya ga nna ala gi me ha mma nwanne ọ ga nye ya chapa ka enye o ji pupe lazipu ọ bụla dala yiwa ọ gi ime price gas aloto to 200 naira or give me price crazy than elite than 600 naira, or give me a lot too. One day work and you government senate, or give me a price a lot to 15,000 naira, or give me fertilizer. My way down on la village, a lot to 5,000 naira to or give me. Uno bandara, every area, I'm to be in the level of beribism. Why this support we are not taking back. I need to give honey to the gas. Each delicate so why are they paying delicate to win the election? Or say they were better to 1 naira, 2 naira for more extra 4 years of slavery. You can never do anything here, because you can never sing the long song in a song in a strange land. A day no nobody no who me so over say onye nne no lo heji atu akoba o tamme tumala mo adiru de na mo bekes na koko kambu story abom so ta la beke koko kambu story ha bo ko chan no di so so da we be gachi leya you will see now in next 2 years you will see our fathers, they will still be crying again. But you're not going. When I didn't travel outside country. Or the US. At least in the US that way, Serbia. Or Gara home and there is the weekend. They will bring this and have war. Enjoy. From any part of the world, Lord Gara home and there is the weekend. Then you can have one dinner, the basic knowledge, and my boy take out Jimmy. Laha will go on with. Now, as a civil servant, I'm a lady, a Personally, I do cook and what I get out of 3 naira. What out 2 naira, maybe 2 naira 80 kobo. Did what I will figure. Now, Bob Leno, I don't want him what I got then Natoya. For half will lay little gray and then I will grand Majida Guri, no lao deity. I will go on out. But many parts of the world, any part of the country, Sonia, indeed, by passing up. Now, trouble when I go on the back on a book avenue, it will create any idiot to come in. Hey, you, I got me push you. I got me push you, no room, no tira magana. I got you to cool on board or never I did you. What will you do? Only can I win that table can I go? Oh, Jagara, I will tell him to win that control young like me to chin to walk. I'm the one that is Lukia. All that is okay. I didn't listen. Uno Bulan go, you think that you have money, e.g. go, but the government together. One, or the TG again, you wanna have money the matter again, my Lishi. It did a matter. You couldn't pay you. So, obviously, at a legal, you want to do better things for people. They got you to company or away. At least, a man employed. You may employ 50 youth to your community. A mamma at a queda, I give this no cocoba. A mamma I need a web at the since you said a clear on Beke, Mobile Budoibo, Patego, Italian Monaka, one noble true political believe that in Monaka, ever get you, because in that Trinidad, Ike, you cannot stay here and harvest. Everybody slow, but again, everybody in Himanama, to make a popular coalition, Nana, indeed, believe it. Oduala, or Chacham Boyagua, una formula to allow Shunu get to order, Tinica, Una coalition, Nana, looking the now. Ochimu Kodo, get into Mabuno, get into give me protest, you gaga no tungala. Everyone now we believe the only people that can state a strong protest against the Ethiopia, no other people. How about you know that will make you address will only go to England. And in 1 million Arabala. I don't get to connect currently. I will win 2 million argument Gala. Can you be able to state a that there will be no election in Igbo land. Security or the guarantee. Ndasi Chiwaga, but to come Ndabo atro, Ndetasa atro in the Velaka. Security or the guarantee Loboda. Okay, the other I was going, I no story. Now they buy Patranibu, boys. The Bimgaras last on the disturb election. Which means when I'm alone, the men now wage boy. And actually disturb campaign, they disturb election. Just look at the way your leaders are killing you. Go and let me tell you, all these state revolution the matter, it is your politicians that are killing you. Those who killed your brothers for them to become president, how much it now? Fully use they dump you. I do to any man only respect they want to pursue the level. You will see how they will be coming down one after the other. Is no poor here and which are where EFCC Ghana be attire. It will cut EFCC Nana Cota and one negation get local last year. Drop all your DJs because they know that you are stealing. But then the Ubuli Adis EFCC national trophy, cut the national trophy. Until now, I don't know when it came a sign. Even though some I got a sign, a son of Parakata. Iship was the other power Kata, regular Kata Labuana, give up and the Gibrana Kota, which is a Kata. For the fact you will be rise against your children, you will be maybe the woman when you carry the Tampa Lobodo, Omana, Unishan pay for two, Ruha, Munusi challenge it and better for Nigeria. For the fact you the home one Kukatra Cosasia, one day you seem to be and no. You never knew to you. They get Pachaka, Tiara, probably him there by all of you do believe when you one of the Pachaka, Tiara, Unaman. Him to Gata, him to Gata, Tangun Kebe Juku. Him the Katimano, Unabla Patrana. Inabla bados kwa na loge ndina landina werela ne kobo erela o nani ji ori dere wani irishi leyata go and market all of them are doing July free. Okay, what is happening now? What is happening like AP the PDP like APC? What is happening there? So in the agra the irishi no heji mono. Yes, this is the list we do heji very soon. Chineke kwa noko. Because of selfish interest. You sow your land. Now look at tell me how many Fulanis that have been stealing their people like that. Bamde Fulani ndi Roman nawe. Bamde Fulani ndi Roman munjo nawe daba pool. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bam Fulani ole. Njo check ya huna ndime. Utu munali ndi wodi gwere mepa ho gwere omfo so vudo obu le kwando femano mado lele hunu fakrano sile buke mado le hunu drageti radio mado le strada contact yimo abu sundi bani sitagere adu woni wori wono blast toro mo ma ekwesere me nga di ho sebroya obma kwesere nga and along the line yada hini kunu kerega yada handi we hani kwesiri megene ijikata economy ani we pa hani woni kiga no tu gale tu shinkro ba go wa so ya ani we ike but fulani hali muno wa guma chowe we ha kara we ti he me ibe la ke ndeze anola ke ndeze he me la mo ano kala la mo odo kala ndi igban we go to ni the teacher to tije meto ho ya na mma wa da we no kepu wa cho na the wiji spies are in for them to destroy what you are doing. God must surely punish each and every one of you. Unu gija anyu na hunti unu ehura eku nshora loko unu gija aku na agoria ehura eku nwara loko unu gija aku na agoria hem di time kandi bari ba ile mar la akobla haranga haiva porotia akobla harango aha iva porotia nunuku go wa nile pira na jalagare akobla harango aha iva porotia nunuku ba yuzu smazen Nnamdi Kanu mononna akobla harango aha ife akpọrọta ya ha unu hụara n'ọkụ unu ga-eji aka unu agụrụ ya ha unu hụara n'ọkụ unu aha eji aka unu gụrụ ya ọ ndị ichi metụrụ ya so ha ndị eke ụka ya bụ ngịrị n'oge dị ugbu a oge ndị na ha niile ọgbaghara niile dị ha n'ala Igbo ọ bụ ndị ka anyị mere gịnị tiri ya ndị ohi awe onye ọbụla ndị rọrọ ya arụ ndị bara akọrọ nta akọrọ ime sị gị na ịbatakwa ime ọbụla otu na obodo unu na ịbata ya n'ụzọ ọbịa ndị arụ ọrụ bụ ụzọ ha ndị arụ ọrụ bụ ụzọ China road ha rụrụ unu na bụ ụzọ ndị abụghị ejide dị si varị unu nobody's lee anya obodo amaala mma bụ onye ọbụla nọ n'obodo ka ịdị ha ga-ede ahụ ha onye ọbụla nọ n'obodo a ga inwe ha ga-ede ahụ onye ọbụla ga ịdị busy everybody must be busy anọ m dege ihe otu nwanne anyị nọ na-ekwu abalị ole gara aga ya bụ Charlie Bosland mgbe ha dị ime n'obodo ya afụta chọrọ ụmụ okorobịa ga-asị onye ọbụla chịrị ọ sị lee gele emediri ha ya hụ na isi ya ga-achọrọ ịkwụ ya lee bada ndị mara asụọla oge ọbata ime nwanne ya ile ya mere isi ya. That is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is passing through today. He came out to rescue his people. Nye hụ na ala adịghị ma n'ọbụ uru ndị nze the young man was saying this man mamre ga-achọrọ ebe m na nika masị ta m gaga anyụ mamre ọ sị lee fọtara ime ha ala Uguta some years back but ụfọdụ mmadụ emegene akụwa sword because na the young man come with a good idea isi ụmụ ụtọ ọbụgara bụ dị ụtọ anyị ji eme ha but ụfọdụ emegene agata azụ it is still what we are ihe adem ịhụ na unu kwuru ala dị mma mbụ ihe na unu advantage unu ga-eburu na aga expect hụrụ una ha si ụtọ kpere ya agbụ n'olu from there ka onye ma agwụlela ụwa dịka anyị bịa dị m mma onye dị iwe m otu mmiri anyị tojidere m aga m egwurecha oge niile ọta anyị ga-emepe ya n'ụzọ ụfọdụ ga-efe ofe ala afọ onye chekwara otu gburu izu ụka ọdọ hụ ndị ka ụka mbụ n'obodo etie ya adịghị mmadụ na-emeta etemeta Naijiria ọdọ ọbaashị onye ọbụla nsọ ya nwere ike imeta Naijiria 1 kg of gas about to 200 naira. Erewa kerosene 70 naira or 100 naira. Ele akpara erewa 15,000. Una butuli akilumele. Omo nani tuwa hada yisizi ya. Igbe tuwe price ejide play ya. Una mbeme amana. Ele di hosi pot we no bubura asola ni mepeshi ya. Ya da arona iti ya hala mu ya bata. Ele ordo welu ni meperani ya. Ana de wako. Una butuli akilumele. Imetante yawo. After Sotaka college will show on imetante or him teaching metemara. But him to email the full assurance in the teaching that ye de tabu. Obure chili, ale the chinekeka, I did cook lower. He didn't to email your community it is. He didn't to email your community about the whole group of people, the whole communities in our side country. What we to email your community will be more easy. More bro, Biafra beach. But as long as you look at Nigeria, you can't go and mark my word. You name it and you know hospital, you do you can never do anything good for your community. You need to be really busy. I don't think we keep the nation of the community or basically government in the other state like they come home and start working in their home, in their village, in their local government. Bam nye kime bam any local government or any state la ali ibona nwere kime taite that la you to another state la they had where I mean the only indigenous adara can be here the only indigenous bam onye nwere ike bịa gbo la ala ngwa na gba asị ngwa ndị ngwa niile ihu tu niile na ala ngwa adị ndị la youth ndị na Lagos la they had where adị ndị Enugu la they had where all of them na aba ala ngwa Bam, at least as a client that contains about 9 local governments. Bam, only wiki. In the America, only top 100, let's say, top $100,000. In the Europe, we name it and take here. But over Chile, Kazani, and you measure $100 card. Before go and market $100. Only the money real and now Chale, but you can never do it here. I didn't do that as all Wabala who even had a one. It's well, I didn't have a column. That's niggas not even the Megala, or even a bear column. For the one I knew today, I don't know that so that Lord, I'm here when you keep like a while they do by Jordan. I don't know that they will go when I will keep me. You really take a right decision in Maria. No, but if they will keep me, all the decision will change. Only one thing. Biafra restoration. The kind you do through no now tata yeji. Don't make all come Bukobla Gime, Asimono Jishike. If over than Uluani, Gobleno, than Uluani, Cobla City, Hilling Simo, Kunani di Puku, Asangi Jishike, Loda Karakirula, in the castle. Parem Boro, Bacalabo, Unobla Jojo, in the castle and nation, Naya Pelgrampo, Capola Mufi Duala, in the kind of Adamezo Palamango. They held have we but Kembezo Kumbola. When I brought me had a medical unit, Kaga may have for Troma, as you get over the Mohan Dodo, Indiama, Asimona Hota, and you chat the Oklama, Lama, Nidumin Brazil, Mula Paneta, as I go on. Beko table, I get the kitchen, a kitchen the Aguago, Udodruno, Yamarunuma.
Yes, and that's the end of the program. He laid it down and you all listened to him. And 14th, 15th of June, this June, 14th, 15th, 13 days more beginning. Biafrans, Oduduwans, Ambazonians, and Middle Belt massive appearance in Brussels. In Brussels. Don't be left out. Don't be left out. We are there. We are the ones driving it. Don't let them outshine you. Don't let them outshine you. Come and make your statement known. That's the way we are going to do it. We are going to show the world that there are nations coming up in Africa. Biafra has been in existence before Nigeria. They've been in existence before Nigeria. Is it something that surprises you? I don't think so. There are a lot of things they have been doing to us, hiding them, because they are telling you Nigeria won. You listened to Capodonal yesterday. You heard him about the Nigerian lady. She claimed to be a Nigerian, but she's a Biafran. She categorically denied her ancestral home, Biafra, and then assumed the terrorist name, Nigeria. And these are the kind of people we are talking to. These are the people we are addressing. These are the people we are saying, open your eyes and see what is happening. For those of you that will be attending the march in Brussels, there's vacancy at the Mercury Hotel. Is at the rate of 115 euros. And you have Generation Europe Youth Hostel. That is $30 a bed. There are 2 beds there in one room. So each bed is $30. That means if you have 2 people, that'll be 60 euros. And the other one is the Hotel de France, 60 euro per day. So be advised. I will open the phone line. Is +1 484 767 0848 +1 484 767 0848. The interpretation of the Fulani man's ranting. All of you had it. Most of you had the interpretation. And if the interpretation is what it is. On what grounds are we talking about election? Who are you electing? To go and do what? There's no country that you're conducting election. They want you dead. They want you out. But they want your land. We are unable to determine our future? Or what? These are the things that we should embark on and do the rightful thing. We do the rightful thing. BBC, they made a statement, and that their statement was very deceitful, very, very deceitful, and they published it. The Fulanis commit a crime, they will protect the Fulanis and accuse the Biafrans, Ipobians, just to ensure that they tarnish us, that they want to ensure that they brand us terrorists. And why are they making that effort? To make sure that nobody saves you, to make sure that nobody speaks for you. The write-up of BBC that kidnappers in Nigeria Southeast have seized the head of the country's Methodist Church. That is a blatant lie. Blatant lie. Caller, your name and where you calling from?
Yes, good evening from here to you, Mazi Iyke, our veteran. Them I will continue to strengthen, guide, lead you, and you will continue this work to a victorious end. It's not easy for you to stand up in the morning and spread this message to Biafrans and people of goodwill and conscience all over the world. Mazi Iyke, my name is Desmond, and I'm calling you from Italy. Mazi, the program today is very interesting, and that is why I had to call to also make an input, because it's very important. But before I make a comment, Mazi, I want to first of all remind Biafrans all over the world once more of the need for us to continue to support GSN, because with the latest unfoldings and everything, it's only, and even an animal, you don't need to even tell an animal that he needs to defend his land and make sure that, because even animals, when they give birth, they protect their children. You know, so we cannot talk much. We only say people must continue to support ESN. And in keeping to this faith, for Biafrans in Italy, we have this number from IPOB National Body of Italy, and it is signed by IPOB National Coordinator, and it is for Biafrans in Italy to call, and they will be directed on how to support ESN. The first number is +39 3510 46055. This is IPOB National Coordinator number in Italy. And the second number is +39 37130 44902. This is IPOB National PRO number in Italy. Any of them you call, you will be directed on how to support ESN. Now, Mazi, I want to talk about people. You see, Mazi, I'm going to say this because it's very important that our people get this, especially for our people that are not capable to call the lines they were given previously due to those lines are not on WhatsApp, Biafrans at home, and all those things. I called BBC this afternoon and I was discussing with the correspondent there, and eventually she gave me a WhatsApp number that is their WhatsApp number where you can send what is it called now? Videos, audios, pictures, and evidences of the atrocities that have been happening in Biafra land by Fulani terrorists and Nigeria army and all their security that we can be sending all those, because initially she wanted to just give me the number and then end the call, and I said no, that I'm calling your customer service, and she said that yes, that for this time I'm calling his customer about this inquiry. I said yes, I want to report and make inquiry because my report is also an inquiry. Why would be, is it right? The inquiry is it right for BBC to be mounting a media propaganda, media lies, malicious and false documentary against victims of genocide as the Biafra people, as they are doing today? So that is my inquiry, and I started to explain other things to her, and she gave her this number. I decided to collect the number to air it to Biafrans all over the world, and those are people at home that cannot be able to get them through their customer line or their studio line or switchboard, because those three lines are not on WhatsApp. But this one is on WhatsApp. As long as it's coming from BBC, we should also, whether they look it or not, we should also be sending, like what is going on now, the thing about the climate and the news. We should be sending the video, the what is it called now? The interview. We should be sending it to them here. I have sent all the one that I've been able to get from the climate, the man that was kidnapped, his confession, his testimony. I'll send it to them, and I'm going to still do more. So, Mazi, I don't know if you permit me to give her this number to Biafra so that we'll get it.
You're free. Go ahead. We need it.
Yes, it was the reporter that gave it to me. And the number is, if you are calling outside London, +44 7730 751 925. I'll repeat again. If you are calling outside London, it is +44 7730 751 925. The lady said it is BBC WhatsApp complaint line for videos, audios, and other all evidences should be sent there. And I asked her, she said it is with their authorities, their senior authorities. And I asked her, if you got the number, can somebody respond? She said not always, but because it's not mainly to call and respond, but every evidence you have there, you should always send it there. You know, so, and if you are calling from London, if you are in London, you know, it's just to remove the +44 and put 07730 751 925. If you are calling in London, if you are in London or UK, you are calling them, you don't need +44, it's just 07730 751 925. And those of you calling outside London, anywhere you are calling from outside London, outside UK, you have to add +44 7730 751 925. Let us bombard them with all the evidences that Fulani terrorists and Nigeria army has been committing. Let us make sure, as they are tired of our cause and they brought out this number, let us also make sure that the image, everything, we give it to them. Because I asked the lady that you are a British citizen, you are in Britain, you take your shower today, come to work and you go home safely. In Biafra, a lady like you will take her shower to go to work and come back. At the road, the military will shot her dead. Sometimes they kidnap them, rape them. I explained, it's a threat. I have to record them because everything I say with them, I put it on record. I have to record it. I have been able to disperse it to some groups where I lay my hand on, and I believe our people are going to also share it. You know. So why am I telling our people this? Is I want to encourage us. We have to keep on calling BBC. We have to keep on sending. Or it is getting to them. It is getting to them. They have not given us the WhatsApp number because they are frustrated. Our call has disturbed them. Now they are looking for ways to divert us to WhatsApp. But we will keep on. We will be calling. We will be sending the images to that WhatsApp number too. That is what BBC has done a lot. All this is happening in Biafra land. The architecture of it is BBC. We know we have our politicians, have those who are committing the crimes, you have other people, but then the architecture of this is Britain and BBC, because they are the people that started this evil in the land of Biafra. And at this time and age, they are still doing the same thing. And it is our responsibility to make sure we fight them to a halt. Look what is going on. Like I said, when I called our brother who heard the interview of this prelate, or what did they call him, I said the churches in Biafra land, they don't support ESN or even IPOB. Some of them stand on their pulpit and preach against what IPOB is doing. Some of them stand in their pulpit and call us all form of bad names. CAF has never ever supported IPOB, but they do crusade. They want to bring crusade and collect money from our people, extortion of our people. They cannot support the security of that land. They are coming to extort the people. They don't support it. Now they were able to raise 130, because the man said they raised 130 million just between 130 million. If IPOB has okay, give us more, give us 1 million, let us just defend this community. Where you have your church, they will say no. They will say no. They will not give. But because they said the ways of Biafra is not the ways of men, it will be getting to them and they will be saying it. Our leader has said this thing earlier, but they have refused to listen. And by the special grace of Elohim, those of them who have been working against IPOB now, God is going to punish all of them. And from today, any pastor that is going to speak nonsense about IPOB, or that is going to say nonsense about IPOB, may God punish him. And if we see it, we are going to get his number, and we are going to call him and what dead. Because enough is enough. Our land is a place we have Fulani in our land, kidnapping people, collecting ransom. Now, people are talking now, even before this man made his testimony. BBC Africa has already said that separatist groups are kidnapping. Have you seen it? They blackmail us, they commit this crime and blackmail IPOs. You see it now? So, from today, we are going to be on the outlook, Mazi. Any Biafrans, any pastor, or any idiot that says anything, that say IPOB, ESN, we want his number, so that we'll start to call them. That time we'll begin to mark them and ask them, what have you done to the security of the land of Biafra? What have you done to secure the land of Biafra and the people of Biafra living there, who are suffering, going through government oppression, going through kidnapping, tragedy, going through Fulani terrorists, they are politicians, governors, everybody, they are all bringing the military. Military will kill our people. They will share the kidnappers. Look at the man. He said that the back of where they were kept, that the military are there protecting them because of ESN. The military even stopped the video that we saw yesterday before this man's testimony came out today. A policeman in Biafra land said the military are the people stopping the youth from moving one bush somewhere in Imo State. I've forgotten the military now. They stop people from going into their bush to play their bush. And all this thing is being caused by the politicians in our land, by the governors, and Soludo is there telling us he's looking for criminals. And the man said that these people, they are not hiding. Because they are the bush there, that's where they are. Look at them, look at military. They are not hiding. And Soludo says it doesn't feed them. And they will come and they denialize everything. Instead to call the people that are committing this evil, for these people to stop in our land. It's Fulani thinking that the land of Biafra is going to deal with them. Okay, time will tell, because we are not going to allow this to continue. Thank you very much, Mazi Iyke, because I'm very angry. I am very, very angry. Our people cannot continue to live in fear like this. God bless you, Mazi Iyke. You can't for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
God bless you too. We just can't do that. We are waking up. Call out your name and where you calling from.
If not Nnamdi Kanu that decided to answer this call from Chukwuka, we as the Biafrans, we would have gone. Kunu, you are watching now. You are the one giving us information. We are under this and all our leaders. Yeah. All the governors. We want our freedom. We want our land back. We don't want to fly anymore. I know this government they know that we will continue to be flying. There's our everybody is getting sense more than to go to Biafra. Then the candidate. If you know whatever you will do to stop Biafra, just come out. Nobody came. See now, what they did is to go to Kenya, kidnap there. I kidnapped them and put them inside the terrorist house. And they said they were kept silent. That's how you do it. The whole was sent to the whole world. And if you see them in the United States, they them that they can accept it. Anytime you raise up Biafran name inside United Nations conference, they will all stand up and get away. You see? And I want us to be blessed. I will say their life. This is our land. Let everybody. They don't have the kind of Nazala. They can speak for the land of America. They don't have the kind of man in the land of Britain. They want to stop. More than another, they can have the kind of here. All the nations they have to live in. Everywhere they pass. Let them allow us to go and worship our God. Let them say what is coming to the world and we Biafrans, we don't know what is coming to us. Let them seek. You see, I want to go. Let them say to Kola. They can let you don't care after the election kind of peace pass. I shall for about work. I don't care. You are helping me 10 seconds. I will die. Don't cut away. Let them think that already the local money will catch you. Don't be going to war. Oh, yeah, you look at the way you catch one of me. All I'm not going to look at the Pasha. How about I did? Simple. If everybody will perish. That is a promise. Don't cut away. You must need our leader for us. That all is monkey. That the church of the dead. I could Exodus chapter 20, from verse 1 to end. Then Leviticus chapter 16, from verse 1 to end. Then Joshua chapter 16, from verse 1. Our line. We are the children of the Most High, and we are going back to our root. Completely to follow. Which religion? They are their father. Actually, look at the bishop paid 100 million. They asked him to pay 150 million. Thank you. By now, that bishop would have been a dead human being. And when he come out and say he will lead on, he lead him near on there. Sign up for man. Dara. Then I like anything. Yeah. All of us, both governor, both the totalitarian, we must get all of us to perish here. We are here. Come together. Then I think you're not a child. What are you going to do? No second. They don't get to see that. To see that. Whenever another corner, pretend will be ashamed of themselves. God says, look at them pretend. Freedom from our mate. We are here suffering. What is it about the pay work at two sides? What are the money to take them from another of the side? No, but so look at the whenever they were supposed to your side, and they are attacking on the side. What is it give to your side? Support yourself. So that your side will get to answer. You never know your side, no. You just say you go close. Look at it, Dara. Come get out. What is when you are going to tell you? Half of the day, also type on you, Naka, no, Nafu, Naku, Ya, Oje, Okonko,
Thank you. Yes, I was on the report before the caller came in to expatiate on what I was saying. The Fulanis kidnapped Kanu, Primate Kanu, and BBC reported it was done by Ipob and the ESN. Southeast. Let's say they are so possessed with anything concerning Biafra and Ipob. They are intoxicated. They are bent on giving us bad name, and they will fail. The truth must prevail. Caller, your name and where you calling from?
Good morning, Mazi Iyke.
Welcome. Good morning from here.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Emmanuel. I'm
speaking from my location. I greet you once again, Mazi. I greet my leader, our leader, Mazi Kanu. The only truthful human being that exists on this generation. Yes, I don't know where to start. Let me go straight to the bishop or whoever is they have adopted by Fulani men. This is just to show those who say they are Christian in Nigeria that is attacking IPOB and attacking our leader. Those people who don't know their left and right. Those people who have eyes but they cannot see. Those people who claim they are men of God but they are worse than Satan. What they know is every Sunday they go and collect tithe and offering from poor people, deceiving them. This is just a sign. Who are those people who say they are Christian association, who are coming to make up their mind, their mouth, deceiving people? Nigeria is created by Satan. Everybody has seen it. Anything British created is created by Satan. Lord Lugard and Flora Shaw, they are agents of Satan. You see, all this thing that is happening in Nigeria is planned by British. This kidnapping, these terrorists in Nigeria is planned by British and Fulanis. They are helping the terrorists they created through Fulanis to make sure they suppress the indigenous people and take over Nigeria. That's exactly what is going on. I suppose somebody who said that it's better to send that clip of that bishop confessing what happened to him in the bush by Fulani terrorists, so that the whole world will hear the news of what British is doing in Nigeria. British created terrorists or Fulanis to help them to destroy Nigeria. That is what happened. But my problem is this. Those people who say that they are educated in Nigeria, they are educated fools. The corruption in Nigeria have taken their mind, their brain, their sense, their human being. They are nothing. But let me say before I forget, one thing is very clear. Black people are shameless people, mostly Nigerian. Shameless. Nigeria is just like a mad person in the market, naked, dancing inside the market. And people are clapping hands on them. Because of shameless, they don't know that they are naked. That is Nigeria for you. What British did in Africa is unbelievable. Without our leader Nnamdi Kanu, without IPOB, Africa is doomed. Because they are selecting the most foolish people as a leader in Africa. Nigeria #1. To make sure Africa remain poor. Why God have put everything for Africa to be a place of living. For the white people, by British and France, they use their sense to make sure Africa remain the poorest place. That is what is going on. And our leader set up this radio to open the secret of what is going on in Africa, Nigeria inclusive. But But a pity that the so-called men of God are there, worse than those who said they are what am I trying to say? Nigeria, as it is today, is just the beginning of trouble. Nigeria today, they have left Sodom and Gomorrah. They are heading to abyss, where everybody will perish. So if you say you are a man of God and you are praying for one Nigeria, you are Satan. You yourself is a Satan. Because many of you are Satan with the Bible. Where is Tunde Bakari? Where is him? I think he purchased a ticket of 100 million to be president of Nigeria, criminal with the Bible. Where is Adeboye? These Yoruba pastors, many of them are working to make sure they assist Fulanis to take over Nigeria. It's very clear. All they have to do every day, Pumui, are praying for Nigeria to move forward. People with eyes they cannot see, they claim they are a man of God. All of you, you will leave this money one day and you will die. You can take nothing out of here because we came here with nothing and you will go with nothing. All of you evil, devilish human beings existing in Nigeria, you will go with nothing. Wicked people, wicked black people, people without sense, corruption everywhere, wickedness everywhere. You will kill your people for your enemy. When you finish killing your people for your enemy, then your enemy will come and kill you. Then who benefit at the end? Foolish people. Thank you, Mazi Iyke.
Thank you. Thank you. Most of the pastors did the same thing, not just Kumi. Most of them did. Call out your name and where you're calling from.
Mazi Iyke, good morning.
Welcome. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm calling here from US. My name is Iyke. Mazi, I'm so annoying the way we rant. There is no movement in Biafra land, especially inside of Abia State. There is no movement there. Our leader Mazi Nnamdi said there is no movement. All he have just the women ranting. And a priest was kidnapped by foreigner in Biafran land. And we stay ranting. And we cannot get ourselves together to do exactly what is necessary to do. And we are still so-called calling ourselves like ranting like a women. It's not going to stop anything and it's not going to help. Actions speak louder than words. And whatever we do, we should be keeping it to ourselves. They kidnapped this man in Biafra land and not denied the Biafra youth, especially in that location, that area. And they have not gathered themselves to search that forest to get all these criminals from another country coming to kidnap us and demanding ransom, demanding a lot of money. And we stay ranting. And we stay waiting for the law enforcement of so-called Nigeria. Where are the police? They are among them. Where are the army? They are men kidnappers. Because those armies and the people in uniform in Biafra land, remember there was control by their masters, Fulanis. They tell them what to do. This is what they're doing right now, kidnapping, demanding ransom. Now the same thing happened in the northern region. It's now coming to the Biafra land and we just ranting. And we just sit down and talking and complaining. BBC know by the fake news, fake, everything is all of them is fake. They are very evil people. That is the reason why they don't have them here in United States. Because they're not recognized. Because they know their agenda of fake news and propagandas. That is the reason why most of the news called BBC or whatever they call themselves is no longer exist much as is other so-called Nigeria. Mazi Iyke, I am so mad. I am so ashamed of myself because we're ranting and we have not have any all the youth all the men to go to that forest and make sure they treat them the way they should be treated. And we just ranting. And we know that those people in uniform, and most of them are those army police in checking point, and most of them is those herdsmen, they give army uniform. Most of them wear army uniform. It takes the army and do checking point. Most of them are kidnappers. Because how are you know somebody is army? There is no ID card, there is no any form of identification except the uniform with AK-47. That is the problem we're having with those criminal politicians, because they can see it and they cannot hear us crying about these people. They're bringing in Biafra land and telling them they are law enforcement, they are military. They are a part and parcel of what's going on in Biafra land. Those people are herdsmen. They are not only with the police or law enforcement in Biafra land because they cannot identify themselves as a police. There is no ID card, there is no way you can identify these people standing in the highway and the road. And we just keep quiet. That's the law enforcement. We bring in the soldiers. We do that. Those are criminals you're bringing in the Biafra land. The chief of army staff, Fulanese. The IGP, Fulanese. And they stick out of that city to bring a Fulani man in your own land to control your own station. And I keep saying that all over and over again. By the time we treat these politicians, especially these governors, the way we're supposed to treat them, because they cannot keep bringing a criminal into our land and destroying our land and then leveling up for whatever they call themselves. We have to take a disciple action, because if the Mazi Iyke hear this, he will take disciple action silently. Because I remember last time they kidnapped a student in that same location and they released that student. Because the people that do all this kidnapping are militaries, are police. Because there is no way a man can, a law enforcement can come out and do it with no ID card, with no any identification, with nothing written in their vehicles.
All right, Mazi. Let me take it over from here with your point. I understand what you're saying. We are not just ranting. You see, the breakdown is from the local government authorities who collaborated with the army. Identification or no identification, it does not solve the problem. Because even those with identification commit the crime. They do the killings. So they harbor their terrorist group amongst them. And in the daytime, they take off their, they put on their uniform. At night, they take it off. So they have identification. So let's not think that all those are parading. Yeah, they are parading. They divide themselves. You go in the daytime, be a civilian. You have like intelligent officers. In the daytime, they act like they live in the community. You know, they mix up. And our people patronize them. Our people support them. Our people still dream that they are part and parcel of them. Excuse me. And they say they are one. And how can you solve this issue? You can't when you keep patronizing them. You saw the lady that was talking about injected tomato. She bought it. And she bought it from the Fulani. We said stop eating cow. People are still buying cow. It is from the people. The people must change their behavior. The people must change the way they sleep. They must change. Because no matter what we say, it is the people who receive the information that will make the difference.
Mazi, one more last question. Remember that when our leader said we pursue the herdsmen, the Mieti Allah in Biafra land, and they recruit and push those people into the military and police. That is another way they bring, because they said it, they were gonna bring the people in Biafra land, they will not imagine what we are thinking. So that is the easy way they're recruiting all these people into the military and police, any law enforcement, to bring them back to the Biafra land. And we are here in Western world and we keep shouting and telling them what's going on, and they're not listening. I think it's about the time we started raising our voice more higher and letting all these people know what's going on, and having our youth taking a disciple action into the whatever to stop all this thing, because once it started. Because now they figure out they can get the 100 billion, they gonna stick going on. It's about the time we put a stop immediately as soon as it started. It's now time to take a disciple action to make sure this is not gonna go on in Biafra land. Let me leave it here. Thank you for the opportunity.
There were. The ones that we are delivering the messages to are the ones that will take the action. You see Mbiri, you see what they're doing. You see Omonachi, you see what they're doing. The power belongs to the people. It is the people that will say, I mean, we've had enough. You are not protected. They're not there to protect you. They're there to kill you. And it is your governors that brought them in. People like Opus that say, we go and bring them. We'll show them area to bomb. You weaken the youths. Who are you bombing? The same youths. The same youth you want to take action. Those are the ones that the governors are killing. They are not good for us. And I will hammer it on it again.
For what is happening.
All governors from Biafra land
your name
are
and where
responsible
for what is happening. Call your name and where you calling. There were.
Thank you for taking my call. You're speaking to a brother of you are blessed, man. You are blessed. You're speaking to a brother of I greet my leader, Mazi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience. Biafrans, I greet you. I greet my leader, Mazi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience. Biafrans, I greet you. I do remember. Heaven is my home. I have just walking through. Heaven is my home. I have just walking through. I'm not singing this message to the pastor and the king. I'm not singing this message to the Biafrans when we are talking that the politicians, I don't know, religious leaders, the Biafrans, when we are talking that the politicians want to agree, religious leaders and the Biafrans are our problem. Nobody wants to agree. This man cannot endure at least be tortured. Only for that exactly. This man cannot endure at least be tortured. They can be understand the 100 and something billion are going through. They can use it to raise the 100 and something billion for this. I don't know why you can use it on a rush to get 130 million. I don't know why everything is on a rush for you to get 130 million. When everything is why are you running away from heaven? I'll bring you heaven nearer to you. You could have lived. Why are you running away from heaven? Faster. Then they will be telling the story. They're trying to take you straight to heaven. Then they will be telling the story. They should not worry about you. Our people that is why you're not encouraging them to defend themselves about the end. When they break your one eye, you keep another eye them to defend the other eye. When they break your one eye, you keep another eye they're preaching to they remove the other eye. Then you can always look at what that is what they're preaching to us. This man don't know the implication of what he has done. That he has now. This man don't know the implication of what he has done. That he has now and they wanted to kill more. You are 100 and something million with why our leader said that they wanted to kill their mentality. When you ask them to why our leader said that, they will tell you their mentality. When you ask them to they will tell you give somebody to go and eat anybody. They will not even raise a call to give somebody to go and eat anybody. Poor man talking about it, come to him. That is why we are hearing about it. If he's a poor man talking about it, I say thank you to him because I said he managed to talk here. He managed to, I said thank you to him because I told him he managed to talk. Yes, he managed to expect the evil. So can at least his crime and accusing us and they are using the bias from this crime and accusing us on what? That they are using the bias British conclusions accusing us destroying our land. They are the ones taking our resources. They are the ones killing us. They are the ones destroying our land. They are the ones taking our resources. When we run away to their place, they come out with you. They are the ones who want to run away. They don't want to when we run away to their place, they come out with you. They don't want to leave us. They don't want to leave us. Even the our leader, they talk about how our leader they make Biafra, you can see everything. It is clear that these are our leaders. Biafra, you can see everything. Now it is clear about that these are our leaders. Makes me angry that tomorrow you will see our mothers. They makes me angry that you will see our dance again. Our mothers, they more money. There's more money. Say go there and dance again and donate more money to them. Instead of saying okay, if you only want Biafra and talk, can't we support? Let's try another way. I give up people. Biafra giving to we support. Let's try another way. But we have seen it. We have been given to baptize. We have paid everything, but we are not seeing
seeing electricity, we are not seeing light, we are not seeing rail. Can we give to this ESN and see? And some of our brothers, okay, you remember what the man said. The man said that some of our locals came to cope that place, and the police, the military said, no, you mustn't go there. So what did you expect the locals to do? And now they have shown us everything. You and IPOB members, pray now for God to give at least $1,000 to donate. That is where our prayer is supposed to focus now. So that we have nobody to fight for us. And nobody wants to donate. We are only the one carrying the burden, carrying everything. Back to them, we are the one. And when this happens, they come and talk to us. Can you see what is happening? That is why I say that we got no father. I know already that I'm an orphan. If you got a father, let me see that your father. Thank you, Dr. Alonso, for taking my call. Biafrans, I love you. I feel members, you are my blood. Bye.
We are fast approaching the end of this broadcast, and tomorrow, now waiting they have. Tomorrow, now waiting they have. That will be a program tomorrow. Well, we are out of time. We're out of time. Tomorrow, now waiting to happen. So join us tomorrow. South Africa is coming next. So we give them the time. So I thank all of you, and the Ungwa people, thank you all too. And don't miss tomorrow. Don't miss tomorrow. We'll be there. Okay. May Chukwu Kikabiyama guide us all and protect us, and all of you should have a don't miss tomorrow. We'll be there. Okay. May Chukwu Kikabiyama guide us all and protect us, and